Chapter 546. The nearly 5 minutes of silence in the car had already caused Gu Nianji to feel heavy pressure. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly spoke, and Gu Nianji almost trembled in fear. This obvious cowering had another meaning in Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. He silently turned his head to look out the window and said, "Go shower first." His temples were slightly swollen, and the curve of his jaw was particularly square. He used a commanding tone and had the natural aura of a superior. Gu Nianji pouted and glanced sideways at Hu Xiaoheng. Just as she was about to silently criticize him, Hu Xiaoheng happened to turn around and saw her slanted eyes. Her natural charm made his entire body tense up in that instant. His large hand caressed her cheek and pressed the corners of her eyes to make her slanted eyes level before letting go. He looked forward and said in a low voice, "Get out." Gu Nianji really wanted to suddenly open the door and rush out, then slam the door on Hu Xiaoheng's face. His expression would definitely be very good. Unfortunately, she only dared to think about it. Hu Xiaoheng's dark eyes looked over and didn't say anything, and she was already terrified. Gu Nianji averted her gaze and placed her hand on the handle. Just as she was about to open the door, she saw Ma Qiqi dressed up nicely and carrying a small coral Philip 3.1 backpack. She was smiling as she walked towards the tree-lined path with the elegant senior she had seen before. Ma Qiqi already left. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and whispered, "Hu Xiao, do you want to come to my dorm for a while? I might need some time to shower." Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at her and looked straight in the direction of the car window. His voice was also very solemn. "No, your roommate is there. It's not convenient. Qiqi just left. She went out with someone." Gu Nianji murmured. "It's just me." She then opened the door and got out. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and turned off the engine. He took out the car key and got out from the other side. He had already locked the briefcase in the car. The two of them walked into the dorm building's elevator one after the other. Watching the numbers on the elevator rise one by one, it was like the words rolling in her throat had reached the end before she could say them. The elevator doors opened, and Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng before walking out with him. This wasn't the first time Hu Xiaoheng had come to Gu Nianji's dorm. Since it was noon on a weekend, there was almost no one in the hallway. The two of them walked along the quiet hallway and quickly entered their dorm. The living room was clean and tidy. Ma Qiqi's dorm room door was half open, but there was no one inside. It was obvious that she had left in such a hurry that she had forgotten to lock the door. Hu Xiaoheng's sharp gaze swept over Ma Qiqi's dorm as if he was trying to determine if there was anyone in that room. Gu Nianji saw this and pursed her lips into a smile. She really left. One of our seniors was chasing after her. I saw them heading towards the south gate. Hu Xiaoheng looked away and closed the door before walking into Gu Nianji's room with her. Gu Nianji closed the door and went to the small fridge to get a bottle of mineral water. Hu Xiao, take a seat. I'll be ready soon. She went to the closet to get a change of clothes and turned to go to the bathroom. However, the room suddenly darkened. She turned around to see Hu Xiaoheng already standing in front of the window and closing the curtains. Gu Nianji bit her lower lip, her heart thumping wildly. She understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. She also wanted to, but she was still a little embarrassed to do it in her own dorm. Hu Xiaoheng closed the curtains but didn't take any further action. He crossed his arms and leaned against the window sill. The long French curtains sank slightly from his movement. Gu Nianji finally noticed that Hu Xiaoheng was wearing casual clothes today. It was a very stylish white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows and the hem tucked into a high-quality leather belt. It made his legs even more obvious from his waist down. She noticed that her face was already a little hot. She had never been able to resist Hu Xiaoheng's beauty. She quickly looked away and hugged her clothes as she dove into the bathroom. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at her. Instead, he looked around the room. The last time he had been here was when school started. He had helped her change her bed and restocked her with some daily necessities. After a few months, looking at the dormitory again, it was no longer as empty as it was when he first arrived. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze finally moved to the bathroom. She was showering in there. Hu Xiaoheng gulped and maintained his posture. His thoughts returned to the reason he had come today. He had originally brought the materials to show Gu Nianji and reassure her. However, he ended up running into her playing tennis with He Zhichu. Although they weren't alone and Ma Qiqi was in the middle, and he knew that even if the two of them were alone, nothing would happen, he still gave up on the idea just now. Hu Xiaoheng recalled Gu Nianji's bright smile, her unpredictable actions, and her mischievous temper. He sighed heavily in his heart. She was indeed still a child. For the first time, he felt that what he had done was truly beastly. Gu Nianji took 15 minutes to finish showering. Her hair was still wet. She used a large towel to dry her hair as she came out of the bathroom. She saw Hu Xiaoheng still leaning against the windowsill. Hu Xiao, sit. Why are you standing? Gu Nianji pointed to a round armchair next to the windowsill. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her. Her fair skin was so soft and supple. She had just come out of the bathroom, so it was even more hydrated. It was like plump lychee flesh. His lower abdomen heated up, but he held it in. He was already beastly. He couldn't continue beastly. Are you done packing? If you are, then leave. Don't keep Professor He waiting. Hu Xiaoheng's hand itched to smoke, but he couldn't smoke in Gu Nianji's dorm. Gu Nianji nodded. I'll leave after I dry my hair. She sat in front of the vanity under the windowsill and picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. Hu Xiaoheng stood next to the vanity and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Gu Nianji had just put down the hairdryer when Hu Xiaoheng shot up behind her. He hugged her from behind and lifted her up. Hot kisses landed on her neck. He sucked hard and had the unique scent of a man. It made her legs go weak. Gu Nianji struggled with all her might. Don't kiss my neck. It'll leave a mark, okay? Hu Xiaoheng followed her advice. He pulled her shirt open and kissed her shoulder bone. Gu Nianji's legs went weak. Even her feet went weak. But she didn't struggle for long before Hu Xiaoheng let her go. He adjusted her shirt and buttoned it up. Gu Nianji looked down and watched Hu Xiaoheng's slender fingers moving in front of her chest. She wondered why Hu Xiaoheng didn't continue. How long had it been since they'd been intimate? All men needed it. Gu Nianji was now his official girlfriend, so she didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to endure too much. She reached out and slid her hand over Hu Xiaoheng's exposed collarbone. Hu Xiao, you look so good in a white shirt. Hu Xiaoheng's throat tightened. He almost couldn't control himself and wanted to do her on the spot. But he still held back and held Gu Nianji's naughty hand. He smiled. Stop it. Aren't you hungry? As soon as he said that, Gu Nianji's stomach grumbled. It was especially loud in the quiet dorm. The romantic atmosphere was gone. Gu Nianji blamed herself for not being able to withstand hunger. What a troublemaker. She had nothing better to do. Looking at Gu Nianji's resentful expression, Hu Xiaoheng was greatly pleased. He bent down and whispered in Gu Nianji's ear, I'll feed you here first, then come with me to the apartment. I'll feed you here. Hu Xiaoheng's hand wandered down her body, from her waist to her abdomen, and finally stopped for a moment. Gu Nianji thought she already understood, but under Hu Xiaoheng's teasing, she couldn't help but blush. She gripped Hu Xiaoheng's arm tightly. Her whole body was stiff. It was like she was sitting on his hand. It was the second night, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 547. Hu Xiaoheng slowly withdrew his hand and hugged her tightly from behind. He whispered in her ear. "Let's go eat first." Gu Nianji wanted to nod, but she realized that even her neck was stiff. It was as if Hu Xiaoheng had cast a spell on her. She couldn't move, so she could only respond with a quiet, Her voice was raised and carried a long trill. It was like plucking the strings of a harp. It was a soft sound, but the lingering sound lingered and wrapped around her. Hu Xiaoheng's heart gradually tightened along with her tone. In the end, it was like a taut string or a fully drawn bow. A simple touch could break the string and bend the bow. Gu Nianji's soft was the last straw that broke the string and activated the bow. He had already pushed Gu Nianji away, but before she could leave his arms, Hu Xiaoheng had already pulled her back into his embrace. He held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her tightly, while his other hand quickly unbuttoned her clothes in front of her chest. The buttons he had just buttoned were now unbuttoned by him. Gu Nianji's lips were in his mouth and she could feel his large hands moving. She murmured. "You're so annoying. You're the one who should be wearing and taking them off." Hu Xiaoheng ignored her sweet complaints and instantly unbuttoned her clothes. Gu Nianji's toes tensed up. She swayed and couldn't stand. She was almost hanging on to Hu Xiaoheng. "Dorm. In the dorm. Be gentle." Gu Nianji stuttered and used her remaining rationality to remind Hu Xiaoheng. No one knew how good the soundproofing was in the dorm. Although Ma Qiqi wasn't in the dorm, who knew if there was anyone in the dorm next door? She didn't want her classmates to eavesdrop on her. Hu Xiaoheng's hand paused. His rationality told him to stop. He had strong self-control and could control his body under any circumstances. Just as he was about to let go of her, he heard Gu Nianji say, "Professor, he is waiting for us to eat. Don't let him wait too long." Hu Xiaoheng's large hands immediately hugged Gu Nianji tightly again and walked directly to the bed. "Ha! What are you doing? Don't." Gu Nianji didn't have time to speak before Hu Xiaoheng covered her mouth and used his lips to seal everything she wanted to say. The tip of his tongue went in and found her little tongue. He chased and entangled it so she couldn't speak. Gu Nianji was dizzy from his kisses and soon realized that she had been stripped naked like a little lamb. She lay paralyzed on the thin carpet of purple roses. She was lying on the purple carpet. Even a peeled lychee wasn't as tender or as sweet. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes darkened as he stared at her with his dark, jade-like eyes. His gaze swept over her from head to toe, and just looking at her made her entire body tremble. Gu Nianji was sprawled on the bed like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, a lamb would not turn around and smile at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He hugged her from behind and kissed her neck and back. He said in a low voice, "You've grown up. Tell me, who did you learn from?" "I didn't learn from anyone." Gu Nianji raised her head and panted lightly. Her voice was intermittent. "You didn't learn from anyone? Who would believe you?" Hu Xiaoheng's breathing became heavier. Gu Nianji was so shy that even the tips of her toes had turned red. Her fair skin was covered with a faint blush. It was the faint and elegant blush of a lotus flower blooming in spring. Although it wasn't dazzling, it was enough to attract Hu Xiaoheng's attention. He had never thought about what the woman he liked was like. Even after he got together with Gu Nianji, he didn't think about it. But at this moment, he knew what the woman he liked was like. Every detail he liked was on Gu Nianji. Her appearance was a miracle for the military. It was also a miracle for him. Hu Xiaoheng felt a warm feeling in his heart. The numbness in his heart was gradually magnified and spread to his entire body. Gu Nianji suddenly came to her senses and said, "Condom." "You didn't use a condom." He hugged her shoulders and kissed her a few times before saying, "Do you have one here?" "No." Gu Nianji was embarrassed. "They're all in the apartment." then I don't need one. I can't. What if I get pregnant? Gu Nianji stammered. Come out first. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect this kind of treatment. He took a deep breath and whispered in her ear, it's okay. I'll give birth if I get pregnant, no. Gu Nianji shook her head desperately. I'm only 18. I don't want to have a child. She was still a child herself. Okay. Hu Xiaoheng replied. Got it. In the end, Gu Nianji only felt a chill on her back and suddenly understood what had happened. Although she wouldn't get pregnant this way, but she turned around to look at Hu Xiaoheng with a pout on her face. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Hu Xiaoheng said, don't move. I'll get a towel. She could only lie motionlessly on the bed and wait for Hu Xiaoheng to get a towel. He wrapped her up and carried her to the bathroom. He turned on the shower and the two of them took another shower to finally wash off the stickiness on their bodies. Coming out of the bathroom, Gu Nianji glared at Hu Xiaoheng and said, I want to buy some condoms to put in the dorm. No need. Hu Xiaoheng objected nonchalantly. Today was an accident. It won't happen again. Hu Xiaoheng would never allow such a thing to happen in school. An accident. Gu Nianji held the hairdryer in her hand and dried her hair as she looked back at Hu Xiaoheng. I don't believe it. Gu Nianji believed that there was no person or thing that could make Hu Xiaoheng lose control. Everything he did was planned. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Hu Xiaoheng fastened his belt in front of the mirror and tucked the hem of his white shirt into the belt. The white shirt was slightly wrinkled, but it wasn't obvious. However, his hair was still a bit wet. Gu Nianji blew her long hair until it was half dry and stood up to ask Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, let me dry your hair for you. Hu Xiaoheng wiped it with a towel and shook his head. No need. It'll dry quickly. Gu Nianji thought that the weather was getting hot and her hair would dry quickly, so she didn't rush him. As she was drying her hair, her phone rang. Hu Xiaoheng picked up the phone from her desk and saw that it was He Zhichu calling. His fingers moved and unlocked the call. Professor He. He Zhichu's expression darkened when he heard Hu Xiaoheng's voice. He said coldly, where's Nianji? She's not coming for dinner either. Ma Qiqi had texted earlier to say she wouldn't be coming. He Zhichu had replied, okay, I'll treat you next time. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to not show up even after waiting for half an hour at the Hubei restaurant. Nianji just showered and is drying her hair. She'll be right there after, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He crossed his arms and leaned against the window sill to open the curtains. He Zhichu's heart felt stifled. He closed his eyes to suppress his anger and said coldly, hurry up, I've already ordered. He hung up and tossed the phone onto the dining table in the private room. Gu Nianji finished drying her hair and changed her clothes before asking Hu Xiaoheng, who was on the phone just now. Professor he's already at the restaurant. Let's go, Hu Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. Gu Nianji casually picked up her Hermes bucket bag and followed Hu Xiaoheng out. They came down from the dorm and got into Hu Xiaoheng's car. They quickly drove to the Hubei restaurant outside the south gate and found the private room He Zhichu had reserved. They walked in one after the other. Under the bright chandelier in the private room, Gu Nianji's eyes were clear and her body was as soft as a willow. It was obvious she had just been showered. He Zhichu's eyes were bloodshot. He walked up and punched Hu Xiaoheng in the face. You animal! Hu Xiaoheng's movements were surprisingly fast. He tilted his head in the direction of He Zhichu's punch so he didn't get hit in the face. However, He Zhichu's movements were also unusually fast. Hu Xiaoheng dodged the punch and followed it up with his left fist, smashing hard into Hu Xiaoheng's back. Hu Xiaoheng hadn't expected He Zhichu to be so strong despite his gentlemanly and elegant appearance. His punches were clearly methodical, so it was obvious that he had been trained. He dodged the punch on his face, but he couldn't dodge the punch on his back. Boom! The sound was so loud that it echoed in the private room. Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Before she could react, the two mature and calm men in front of outsiders had already exchanged several blows. Stop! 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 Gu Nianji snapped out of her daze and threw herself in front of Hu Xiaoheng to shield him. He Ji-Chu sneered at Hu Xiaoheng. Are you still a man when you let a woman shield you? Hu Xiaoheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said calmly, "It's my fault. You hit me, I admit it." He was indeed an animal. He Ji-Chu was right to scold and hit him, so Hu Xiaoheng didn't fight back. He only dodged to avoid being hit in the face. She's only 18. How dare you? How dare you? He Ji-Chu thought that with Hu Xiaoheng's personality and status, even if he confirmed his relationship with Gu Nianji, he wouldn't have made any progress with her so early. But when he saw their expressions today, and Hu Xiaoheng deliberately didn't blow dry his hair, how could he not understand? Gu Nianji blushed. He Ji-Chu's words made her very embarrassed. She didn't expect He Ji-Chu to see through it so easily. She had already showered. She had even dried her hair and made sure she didn't smell like that before coming out. Hu Xiaoheng stepped forward and shielded Gu Nianji behind him. He said calmly to He Ji-Chu, "It's my fault. I will take responsibility." Gu Nianji looked up from behind him and stared at Hu Xiaoheng's back. It was as if she wanted to see a hole in his back and see what he was thinking. Did he really just want to take responsibility? Why did she want him to take responsibility? She did it willingly, and he didn't force her. Gu Nianji felt a little stifled. She looked down and tugged at the corner of Hu Xiaoheng's shirt. "Hu Xiao, Professor He, let's eat. I'm hungry." This was the first update with 3,000 words, a reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. I repeatedly edited and deleted 1,000 words before posting it. Chapter 548. He Ji-Chu snorted again before returning to his seat. His expression was frosty, and he didn't look hungry at all. Gu Nianji didn't dare look up at He Ji-Chu. She sat beside Hu Xiaoheng and quietly took the bowl and chopsticks to look at the dishes on the table. The dishes He Ji-Chu ordered were all Gu Nianji's favorite home-cooked dishes: lotus root and spare rib soup, pearl dumplings, stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, stir-fried shredded pork with chili peppers, and shredded potatoes with vinegar sauce. There were light green, bright yellow, refreshing white, and lotus root rib soup. Gu Nianji's gaze fell on the lotus root and spare rib soup. It was a habit that Hu Xiaoheng had taught her to drink soup before eating. He Ji-Chu also had this habit. However, he didn't have any appetite at the moment and only looked at Gu Nianji quietly. Hu Xiaoheng picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of lotus root and spare rib soup for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji sipped the soup as she looked at He Ji-Chu and then Hu Xiaoheng. She asked hesitantly, "Professor He, aren't you going to eat?" Hu Xiaoheng heard Gu Nianji say this and scooped a bowl of rice for himself. He ate it with fried eggs with chili and shredded pork with chili. He Ji-Chu ordered a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for himself. Hu Xiaoheng put down the bowl and also poured a glass of red wine. He raised his glass to He Ji-Chu. "I haven't properly thanked Professor He for what happened in Barbados. Unfortunately, I'm going abroad soon and don't have time to treat you. When I come back, Nianji and I will treat Professor He to a meal. Please, Professor He, you must come." Gu Nianji put down the spoon and looked at He Ji-Chu. She nodded. "Professor He, you must come." He Ji-Chu looked down at the wine glass in his hand. He raised it and swirled it before taking a sip. He didn't even look up. "I'll see." He thought about it and looked at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, you're my teaching assistant. Did you prepare my calendar for the next month? You know better than me if I have time. As his teaching assistant, Gu Nianji indeed had to help He Jichu plan his daily work calendar. What they were going to do, who they were going to meet, what seats they were going to talk about, and what classes they were going to attend had to be made clear. They had to plan their schedule for at least 2 months. Gu Nianji had a good memory, so she immediately thought about it and said, Professor He, you have more free time this month. Next month will be a little more busy, so I'll look at Professor He's calendar to determine the time for the treat. Yes. He Jichu agreed and didn't say anything else. He quietly drank the red wine by himself, and soon the bottle was empty. Gu Nianji was usually full after finishing the soup, but today was special. She had used up too much energy, so she ate 2 more bowls of rice after finishing the soup. He Jichu, Gu Nianji quietly looked up and met He Jichu's and Hua Xiaohing's sharp eyes. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Gu Nianji put down her bowl and chopsticks. Can't you let me eat properly? They were like 2 cheetahs glaring at her. Their eyes were so aggressive that Gu Nianji felt like she couldn't handle it. After finally finishing the meal, there wasn't much left on the table, so there was no need to take it away. In the end, He Jichu still didn't eat anything. Hua Xiaohing got up to pay the bill at the front desk, but was told that He Jichu had already paid. He didn't say anything and turned back to the private room to see Gu Nianji talking to He Jichu. He Jichu drank on an empty stomach, so he was already tipsy. However, he didn't ramble or do anything unimaginable like most drunken people. He was drunk, so only his eyes were especially bright. His shimmering, sultry eyes were even more lethal. If he went out to flirt with girls now, he could flirt with whoever he wanted, except for Gu Nianji. Seeing him like this, Gu Nianji worriedly said to Hua Xiaohing, Hua Xiao, should we take Professor He back? He can't drive like this. Yes. Hua Xiaohing agreed without hesitation. He and Gu Nianji stood on either side of He Jichu as they walked out of the restaurant. He Jichu could still control himself in the beginning, but as soon as he walked out of the Hubei restaurant, he let himself go. He stood alone on the steps and refused to go down. He looked at Gu Nianji and only smiled without saying anything. Gu Nianji was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She finally stuffed him into Hua Xiaohing's car and drove back to the B University professor's building. He Jichu's suite was on the 28th floor. The 3 of them took the elevator to the 28th floor and finally arrived at He Jichu's dorm room. Professor He, open the door. Gu Nianji pointed at the keyhole. There were 2 ways to open the door to the suite, with a combination key or fingerprint. Gu Nianji thought that He Jichu must have the key on him, but after asking a few times, He Jichu only looked at her and smiled without saying anything. He wouldn't tell her how to open the door. Gu Nianji finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled He Jichu's hand to scan the fingerprint lock. With a click, the door was opened by the 2 of them. Hua Xiaohing and Gu Nianji helped He Jichu into the room and laid him on the sofa in the living room. Gu Nianji even brought a basin of warm water for He Jichu to wipe himself. Okay, Nianji, that's enough. Let's go. Hua Xiaohing saw that it was about time and said to take Gu Nianji away. Gu Nianji put the towel on the edge of the basin and reminded him, Professor He, you need to eat something solid when you're hungry. A glass of red wine isn't enough. Hua Xiaohing had already left, so Gu Nianji followed. As soon as she got into Hua Xiaohing's car, she kept talking to him. Hua Xiao, will Professor He be okay? Hua Xiao, do you think Professor He has a part-time worker? Hua Xiao, is it bad for Professor He's liver if he drinks on an empty stomach? Hua Xiaohing glanced at her and said dryly, since you're so worried, I'll take you back to take care of Professor He. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and let go of Hua Xiaohing's hand. I was just saying that. Will Hua Xiao be angry? She had said and done many stupid things in the past, but Hua Xiao had never cared. Of course, he had never said anything about her in public. Now, his tone was actually filled with mockery. Gu Nianji wasn't used to Hu Xiao being like this. The car turned onto the tree-lined path at the south gate and drove towards the south gate. Gu Nianji blinked. Where are we going? To the apartment. Hu Xiaoheng stepped on the accelerator and gradually increased the speed. As soon as they drove out of the south gate of B University, the premium sports car roared and sped forward. Unfortunately, they were in the fourth ring road of the imperial capital. Even though it was a weekend, there were still traffic jams. Gu Nianji leaned her head against the window and looked at the long line of cars outside. She mumbled, "How much longer?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at the map and saw that there was a car accident up ahead. That was why there was such a long line. This road was blocked, so they had to find another way. Fortunately, they had the most timely map on their phone, so they found a small path and drove over. The small path was also very close to Gu Nianji's high-rise duplex suite. They got out of the car and were in a better mood. They walked into the elevator hand in hand and watched as the number on the elevator rose to Gu Nianji's floor. The elevator dinged and the door opened. Gu Nianji's older sister, Gu Yanran, stood at the door. This was the second night, a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 549. When Gu Nianji saw Gu Yanran, she couldn't help but look at the floor of the elevator. That's right, it was the 18th floor. The elevators here had 1 unit per floor. How could there be someone else on this floor? Gu Yanran saw Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng in the elevator and looked relieved. She quickly said, "Mr. Hua, is this apartment yours?" "That's great, I've finally waited for someone to come. This property management is killing me." Gu Nianji was speechless. This apartment was clearly hers. Why did Gu Yanran assume it was Hu Xiaoheng's? Fine, Hu Xiaoheng had indeed paid for it, but it was now under her name. With that thought, Gu Nianji didn't dare to correct Gu Yanran. She walked out of the elevator and asked in surprise, "Sis, why are you here? How did you get up?" Hu Xiaoheng walked out from behind her. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't correct Gu Yanran, he glanced at her but didn't say anything. Gu Yanran's gaze returned to Gu Nianji. She raised her hand to wipe her fringe and said helplessly, "How else could I get up? Of course I took the elevator up." As she spoke, she showed her residence card to Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. "Look, this is my residence card. I clearly bought an apartment on the 19th floor, but this damn card took me to the 18th floor. No matter how I pressed it, it only went up to here. I was just about to go down and ask the property management." "Oh. Sis, you bought a house here too?" Gu Nianji was even more surprised. Her eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. "Why did you want to buy a house here?" "Oh, I have a villa in the suburbs. I bought it last year. Now that Dad is in the imperial capital and you found a place, I want to buy a house near you in the city. Our family of 3 can get together often." Gu Yanran said with a smile. "I didn't expect to be neighbors with Mr. Hua." Hu Xiaoheng finally smiled. "This isn't my house." He turned to look at Gu Nianji. A hint of tenderness flashed in his deep, dark eyes. "It's Nianji's. You sisters are really fated." It was Gu Yanran's turn to be shocked. She looked at Gu Nianji, then at Hu Xiaoheng, before asking, "This house really belongs to Nianji?" "Yes, it is indeed hers." Hu Xiaoheng put an arm around Gu Nianji's shoulders and said politely to Gu Yanran, "Nianji is still young. Miss Gu is her older sister, so please bear with her in the future. We won't disturb Miss Gu's discussion with the property management." He led Gu Nianji to the door. Gu Yanran turned around to look at them and waved at Gu Nianji with a smile. "Nianji, I'm leaving now. We're neighbors now. I'll visit you often in the future. With that, she walked to the elevator and went down. Hu Xiaoheng took out his key card and swiped the door. Gu Nianji muttered, "What kind of lousy property is this? Was there still any privacy? Deduct money. You must deduct the money." The two of them entered the house. Hu Xiaoheng looked around and pulled up the surveillance footage. He found that Gu Yanran was indeed standing by the elevator. She didn't try to open the door to their room. Of course, no one came in. Everything was normal on the surveillance footage. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. But this is too much of a coincidence. Why did she buy it on top of me? She looked up at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It felt weird to think that Gu Yanran would be walking around on top of her from now on. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge to find a can of beer. He opened it and downed it in one gulp. Looking up at the ceiling, he mused, "I'll be going abroad in 2 days. Don't stay here during this time. Go to the base when you have time." Although Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable, she didn't think about not coming. She had already decorated the house bit by bit. It was her second home. How could she not come here just like that? Moreover, she and Gu Yanran had the same father. Their relationship had always been intertwined. When father wakes up in the future, he'll probably live upstairs. It'll be more convenient to take care of him together. Gu Nianji walked over and took out a bottle of coconut juice from the fridge. She opened it and took a sip. The cold and sweet juice flowed down her esophagus and made her feel much better. Hu Xiaoheng thought of Gu Xiangwen and nodded thoughtfully. "Your father probably won't recover for a while. Go visit him at Qinlai's place more often and talk to him. Maybe he'll get better faster." "Really? How's he doing?" Gu Nianji put the unfinished coconut juice back into the fridge and stared at the beer in Hu Xiaoheng's hand. "Hu Xiao, you like this brand of beer? Is it good?" Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand and threw the can into the trash. "It's okay, but you can't drink it. Remember, you can't drink until you're 22. You can buy alcohol at the bar at 18. Gu Nianji was unhappy. "Why do I have to wait until I'm 22? You've really grown up." Hu Xiaoheng turned around and wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji's waist. "You even dare to talk back to me now?" No. Only Hu Xiaoheng talks back to me. I don't dare talk back to Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji leaned into his embrace and said lazily. Hu Xiaoheng's embrace was warm and safe. It was Gu Nianji's favorite place. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and lowered his head to whisper in Gu Nianji's ear. "Indeed, you only get talked back by me. Do you want to talk back a few more times?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant. She suddenly looked up, her cheeks flushed and her eyes filled with lust. She pushed Hu Xiaoheng and gritted her teeth. "I didn't expect you to be like this, Hu Xiaoheng. There are a lot of things you can't imagine. Come, let me show you a few things you can't imagine." Hu Xiaoheng exerted strength in his arms and lifted Gu Nianji by the waist to walk to the bedroom. It was another night of tumultuous red waves. The rain was light and the wind was strong, crushing the crabapple. When Gu Nianji woke up the next day, she found herself nestled in Hu Xiaoheng's arms with her head on his shoulder. One of Hu Xiaoheng's long legs was pressed against her back and encircled her tightly. No wonder she felt so heavy last night that she couldn't breathe. She quietly looked up and saw Hu Xiaoheng quietly looking at her. His eyes were as black as ink, and the brilliance was restrained. They were like fine black pearls, and with a slight movement of his eyes, there was a dazzling brilliance flowing out. Gu Nianji hugged his head as if she was bewitched. She leaned up and kissed his eyes devoutly. Hu Xiaoheng had already closed his eyes the moment she leaned in and let her kiss his eyelids. Gu Nianji's kisses were delicate and hot, like starlight reflected in a lake. When the breeze blew, it set off ripples of starlight. His heart rippled with such kisses. When she finished kissing him, he hugged her gently, his chin sliding back and forth on the side of her smooth face. After a night of rest, the green stubble that had just sprouted on his chin made Gunyanji giggle. She kept hiding and squirming under the blankets. Male hormones were the most vigorous when they woke up in the morning, and Hu Xiaoheng was no exception. Once a man who had been abstinent for many years started to have sex, and the girl he liked was next to him, what was the point of holding back? So Gunyanji found that she was being pinned down again as she tried to hide. This time, Hu Xiaoheng took an especially long time. In the end, Gunyanji almost cried and begged him to let her go. After that, Hu Xiaoheng went to the bathroom to take a shower, then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Gunyanji soaked in the bathroom for a long time before coming out holding her waist. This time was really too much, but she remembered that Hu Xiaoheng was about to go abroad for a mission. They wouldn't have any contact during this period, and she didn't know when he would come back. Gunyanji felt relieved. As the family of a soldier, she was mentally prepared to be separated from time to time. So could Hu Xiaoheng's enthusiasm from yesterday to today be because he also couldn't bear to leave her? Gunyanji thought happily as she applied skin care products on her face. In the mirror, her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her eyes were watery. She really didn't look like she was overindulging. Except for her sore back, Hu Xiaoheng walked in and saw Gunyanji sitting in front of the vanity, rubbing her back from time to time. His eyes flashed, and he walked over to massage her waist. "What's wrong? Your back isn't feeling well." "It's all because of you." Gunyanji turned around and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. "You almost broke my back." Gunyanji's waist was very thin, and Hu Xiaoheng's hand had measured it several times. It really wasn't big enough to hold. It was like a willow branch, but it was also very tough. It was almost like her personality. Hu Xiaoheng kissed the center of her hair. "I'll give you a massage." After a few massages, Gunyanji felt itchy and numb. She quickly pushed him away with a smile. "I don't dare ask the Major General to be my masseuse. I don't have much luck. I can't afford it." "Who said that? You're a very lucky person." Hu Xiaoheng picked her up and sat on the soft stool in front of Gunyanji's vanity. He let Gunyanji sit on his lap. "Where do you want to go today?" "I'll accompany you." "Really?" Gunyanji turned around in surprise. "The whole day?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "There's always 12 hours. His time was really calculated by the hour and the minute. Gunyanji was already very satisfied. She hugged and kissed him. "Can you study with me?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "You don't want to?" Gunyanji blinked. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of little fans. They were so close that Hu Xiaoheng could almost feel the 2 rows of fans fluttering in front of his face. They were as light as butterfly wings. "You only want me to study with you?" Hu Xiaoheng asked again. "It's rare for me to have so much free time." "Yeah." Gunyanji nodded. Her expression was slightly aggrieved. "I used to see them study in pairs at school. They even reserved seats for the girls. I was so envious. I wanted a boyfriend to do that with me. But no one ever studied with me." "Didn't Mei Xiaoan study with you before?" Hu Xiaoheng pointed out the loophole in Gunyanji's words without batting an eyelid. Gunyanji's embarrassment turned to anger. She reached out to cover his dark eyes that seemed to see through everything. She gritted her teeth. "I said no. Mei Xiaoan doesn't count. That's just a normal classmate." This was the first chapter with 3,000 words. Let me remind everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra chapter at 7 p.m. Oh right, why hasn't everyone voted for me recently? How sad. It's fine if you don't have monthly votes, but why don't you vote for free recommendation votes every day? Chapter 550. Gu Nianji had only wanted to make it sound pitiful to arouse Hu Xiaoheng's sympathy so he could accompany her to school for self-study. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't have anyone to study with, but the person who did was not Hu Xiaoheng. She had said so much and acted so aggrieved because she wanted Hu Xiaoheng to study with her once and fulfill one of her wishes. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her hand down with a smile and kissed it. Sure, we'll study by ourselves then. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng's neck and kissed him. Hu Xiao is the best. After breakfast, they took Hu Xiaoheng's car back to school. Not long after they left, Gu Nianji received a call from Gu Yanran. Nianji, where are you? I personally cooked some dishes that you liked to eat when you were young. Shall I come down to pick you up to eat? Gu Nianji smiled and said, oh, what a coincidence. I'm already back at school. This early? Gu Yanran looked at her watch. It was only 10 in the morning. At 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning, most people would be sleeping in, right? Could it be that Hu Xiaoheng hadn't spent the night at Gu Nianji's apartment? Gu Yanran frowned and asked hesitantly, Nianji, did Hu Xiao leave yesterday? Gu Nianji grunted. She didn't want to talk about such a private topic with Gu Yanran. Although she already knew that Gu Yanran was her older sister, her memory had not recovered yet. She did not have the kind of familial love that had been fostered since they were young. She was only slightly closer to Gu Yanran than a normal friend. Her relationship with Ma Qiqi was not even as good as hers. Sis, you eat by yourself. I'm about to reach school. I'm on my way. She pretended to hang up the phone. Are you driving yourself? She did not expect Gu Yanran to have no intention of hanging up and actually start a conversation with her. Gu Nianji could only say, no, I took a taxi. She didn't want to say that Hu Xiaoheng was driving. That way, Gu Yanran would know that Hu Xiaoheng had spent the night at her apartment. She didn't say it just now, so now she was even more embarrassed to say it and slap herself in the face. Rent? Gu Yanran's frown deepened. Nianji, I'll buy you a car. Do you want a Lexus or a Beetle? It was most suitable for young ladies to drive. You are the daughter of the Gu family, how can you always take a taxi? Gu Nianji felt a little guilty. Gu Yanran did seem to treat her well, but she didn't need him to buy her a car. When Gu Nianji spoke again, her tone was much gentler. It's okay, sis. I actually have a car, but it's not convenient to drive it to school. There's no suitable parking space, so I'm used to taking a taxi. Is that so? It's okay, I'll hire a driver for you. Gu Yanran was probably used to being a leader, so she immediately made the decision for Gu Nianji. I'll send you the link to buy a car. You can pick one, and I'll arrange a driver for you. I'll be more assured if there's a driver to pick you up on weekends. Gu Nianji's heart warmed slightly, but she still shook her head and refused. Sis, I really don't need it. Hu Xiao also has a driver who can pick me up. Nianji, I was about to talk to you about this. Gu Yanran's tone became serious. Nianji, tell me honestly. What's your relationship with Hu Xiao? It's a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Gu Nianji sounded a little guilty. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and reached out to stroke her head. He didn't say anything. Are you guys married? Gu Yanran asked again. She stood in front of the French windows in the apartment and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. Her thoughts flew to faraway Barbados, and she recalled the days she spent with Gu Nianji as a child. Her expression became even more solemn. Of course not. Gu Nianji switched to another hand to answer the phone. She felt a little stressed. But, there's no but. Gu Yanran raised her head. Since you're not married to him and are only boyfriend and girlfriend, you can't rely on him too much financially. Girls from the Gu family aren't gold diggers. They don't need to rely on men. Sis. What are you talking about? Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly explained, of course I'm not trying to rely on Hu Xiao. That's good. Gu Yanran's tone softened. She said gently, if that's not the case, then where did you get the money to buy a house? The apartment you're living in now isn't something a student like you can afford. Gu Yanran knew that Gu Nianji had been an orphan for the past 6 or 7 years, and Hu Xiaoheng was her guardian. But now she had a house and a car, and the apartment was in a nice area. It wasn't something a middle-class person could afford. Where did she get the money? It was Hu Xiaoheng who bought it for her. You and Hu Xiao are only boyfriend and girlfriend, not husband and wife. How can you accept such an expensive gift? Gu Yanran's tone was a little high. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money to you, and you can return the money to Hu Xiao. Although the Gu family isn't as powerful and influential as the Huas, we still have the money to buy a house. We don't need to live in a man's house before we're married. Gu Nianji's emotions were extremely complicated. She didn't know how to respond. She had indeed thought about returning the money to Hu Xiaoheng in the future, especially the money for the house. That was why she wanted to be He Zhichu's teaching assistant. She even planned to intern at He Zhichu's law firm in her 2nd year of graduate school. That way, she would be able to earn more money. Gu Yanran's words hit the nail on the head. But Hu Xiaoheng definitely wouldn't take her money. Gu Nianji began to stammer over the phone. Sis, let's talk about this later. The house isn't urgent. I know Hu Xiao doesn't care about this bit of money, but the Gu family doesn't care either. You have to show your attitude. A girl can't throw herself at a man, but she also can't be too dependent on a man. Gu Yanran obviously approved of going Dutch between men and women. Her tone became even more serious. More importantly, Nianji, you're no longer an orphan. You have the Gu family, me, and father to support you. Don't use a man's money anymore. The Gu family can't afford to lose face. Gu Nianji's face became redder and redder as she listened. She was even a little ashamed. Because she had been using Hu Xiaoheng's money all this time. Although Hu Xiaoheng didn't care and was almost meticulous with her, fulfilling all her requests and even exceeding all of her expectations, Gu Yanran's words hit the nail on the head. Gu Yanran's words struck a sore spot in her heart. Wasn't she taking it for granted? Holding the phone, the sharp-tongued Gu Nianji couldn't say a word for the first time. She could only listen to Gu Yanran scold her over the phone. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, she felt it made sense. They weren't married yet, so shouldn't she be using so much of Hu Xiaoheng's money? Glancing at her Hermes bucket bag, she felt her knees hurt even more. Gu Yanran spoke for a long time and saw that Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She knew that Gu Nianji must have listened to her, so she continued, "Send me your bank account number. I'll arrange to transfer the money to you." "How much did you spend on that apartment?" Gu Nianji answered honestly, "I don't know. Hu Xiao bought it and put it under my name." Gu Yanran didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she finally said, "Okay, I understand. I'll transfer your allowance to your bank account every month. Remember not to use a man's money anymore. If you want to marry him, you have to be more reserved. If you treat yourself like a canary, no one will respect you, let alone marry you." Gu Nianji recalled Hu Xiaoheng saying, "The marriage application has already been submitted." She felt proud again. Her Hu Xiaoheng was different from those coquettish bastards out there. And he did want to marry her. He wouldn't disrespect her. However, Gu Nianji was still too young. Her yearning for love hadn't transitioned to a normal married relationship. It hadn't even been half a year since she officially established her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng. She didn't even think about using marriage to prove anything. In today's society, there were countless people who got married and then divorced. Wasn't it good for two people to love each other? Marriage? Let's talk about it after she graduated. Before that, she wanted to enjoy the feeling of being in love. She would only be in love once in her life, so she cherished it very much. It was the second night, reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 551. Gu Nianji held the phone and leaned her head against the window. The smile on her face was bright and moving. She glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, who was driving, and said to Gu Yanran, "Sis, Hu Xiao isn't that kind of person. He already said that he wants to marry me." Gu Yanran laughed. "Nianji, just listen to what men say. He said he's married, but he's not married yet, right?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng and wanted to say that he had already applied for marriage, but she remembered that even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't know about it. She didn't say it and only emphasized, "Hu Xiao is serious about me." "But thank you, sis. I'll remember what you said." Although Gu Yanran's words weren't pleasant, Gu Nianji knew it was for her own good. Only family members would say such unpleasant things, right? Of course, she had long realized this problem and had secretly prepared to be independent. She still remembered everything Hu Xiaoheng had done for her. She didn't think it was pity or charity. Gu Yanran saw that Gu Nianji was obedient and nodded slightly. "Okay, then go to school." She paused and asked, "Are you coming back next weekend? Do you want me to pick you up?" She thought of her father, Gu Xiangwen, and immediately said to Gu Nianji, "Oh right, I want to visit father in 2 days. Do you want to come?" Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng and nodded when he didn't object. "Okay, sis. Let me know when you're going to visit father, and we'll go together." Their father, Gu Xiangwen, was at Chenlai's place. Without Gu Nianji, Gu Yanran probably wouldn't be able to see him. Gu Nianji thought that Gu Xiangwen was also Gu Yanran's father. They were bringing him to the Huaxia Empire, so how could they stop father and daughter from seeing each other? Only then was Gu Yanran satisfied. She comforted her before hanging up. Holding the phone, she stood in front of the French windows for a while. Her gaze passed through the transparent French windows and landed on the distant highway. Cars passed by on the highway, and she squinted to see which car was Gu Nianji's. Not long after, her phone rang again. Looking down, she saw it was an unknown number. Confused, she picked it up and said, "Hello." No one spoke on the other side, but they could hear a man's breathing getting heavier. Gu Yanran's heart trembled. As expected, it was someone she was familiar with. That person said, "Yanran, how long are you going to hide from me? Do you think that if you end everything in Barbados, I won't be able to find you?" It was actually Yi Xian. Gu Yanran was shocked. Holding her phone, she leaned against the chaise longue next to the French windows and asked slowly, "Yi Xian, how did you get my number?" This was the number she had applied for after coming to the Huaxia Empire. "What's so difficult about that? Not only do I know your phone number, but I also know where you are right now." Yi Xian let out a low chuckle. "My lady, you are on the 19th floor, aren't you?" "Yes, look down. I'm standing under your apartment. What do you think? Let me up." Gu Yanran jumped up from the chaise longue and walked to the window to look down. Unfortunately, on the 19th floor, everything on the ground was like an ant. It was impossible to see clearly without binoculars. Gu Yanran thought about it and actually went inside to get a pair of binoculars. She walked to the balcony to look down. Under the apartment building, a tall man wearing sunglasses and casual clothes waved in her direction. It really was Yi Xian. Gu Yanran was so shocked she couldn't control herself. Not only did Yi Xian find her phone number, but he also knew about the new apartment she had just bought. It was unbelievable, Gu Yanran had a new interest in him. She looked from the balcony for a while and finally nodded. Go into the elevator. I'll let you up. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at Gu Yanran's apartment. As soon as he opened the door, he hugged Gu Yanran and pressed her against the wall to kiss her fiercely. Gu Yanran struggled for a while, but in the end, her whole body went limp from his kisses. She didn't even know how the two of them tangled and finally rolled onto the bed. She only knew that when it was finally over, she almost fainted. Yi Xian got up and took his clothes to the bathroom to shower. Gu Yanran sat on the bed in her nightgown and thought about it for a while before following him to the bathroom door. The door wasn't closed. Gu Yanran pushed it open, and the sound of the shower stopped. What's wrong? Yi Xian opened the shower curtain and revealed his tan body. His powerful 8-pack abs were exposed in front of Gu Yanran without a care in the world. Gu Yanran looked at him thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "How did you find me?" She had clearly cut off all contact with him. Even the people around her didn't know her private phone number. How did Yi Xian know? You really want to know? Yi Xian walked out with a towel wrapped around his waist. He reached out to lift her chin, his eyes wild and aggressive. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Gu Yanran didn't hesitate to tiptoe and kiss him. Yi Xian kissed her back with satisfaction and whispered in her ear, "Yanran, you never asked me what my major was in boarding school in the United States, right?" Gu Yanran was speechless. She really wasn't sure. Gu Yanran wasn't interested in knowing more about an orphan sponsored by their family. I have a codename online. It's called Max. Yi Xian straightened his back, his expression somewhat sinister. Go check the dark web, Max, and you'll know who I am. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Dark web. Someone who knew about the dark web and had a certain reputation. There wasn't just any ordinary person. Gu Yanran's interest in him increased. You have this ability. Why didn't you tell me before? Yi Xian looked at her deeply. You didn't need it before, but you do now. That's why I came to you. Gu Yanran couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She took her phone and returned to the bedroom to search for dark web Max. The results shocked her so much that her jaw almost dropped. It turned out that Max was a rising hacker on the dark web. He was independent and didn't have any connections with any forces, but he always participated in whatever happened. He was like the last weight on the scale. As long as he fell, that side would win. Gu Yanran was stunned. Holding the phone to her chest, she thought to herself that this person's computer skills were truly unfathomable. No wonder he could easily find her new phone number and where she lived. She didn't have such a capable person around her. Now that she was in the Xia Empire and was unfamiliar with the place and people, Yi Xian could really help her a lot with this kind of technology. Yi Xian put on his clothes and walked over. Gu Yanran had already returned to normal. She looked at him as if she had never seen him before and pointed to the sofa beside her bed. Sit. Yi Xian sat down and rested his elbows on the sofa's armrest. He clasped his hands and crossed his legs. Squinting at her, he said, "Do you understand now? Yanran, you need me." Gu Yanran smiled and praised him. "Xian, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I really misjudged you in the past." "You didn't misjudge me. It's not too late to return to my side now." Yi Xian moved closer but saw that Gu Yanran was obviously avoiding him. His eyes dimmed, and he slowly sat back down. Gu Yanran smoothed her hair and smiled at him seductively. "Xian, I really admire your abilities. You shouldn't be a shady person. I don't care. As long as I can be by your side, I'm willing to do anything." Yi Xian looked at Gu Yanran passionately. She was his goddess and his salvation. She had saved his life and become his spiritual support. It was impossible for him to leave her. Gu Yanran shook her head. Xian, I want to train you and make you the most capable person under me. Our relationship will hinder you in the future. I don't care. But I do. Gu Yanran's chest rose and fell, and her face flushed. Xian, are you not going to listen to me anymore? Yi Xian couldn't resist Gu Yanran's words. He held his head with both hands and struggled in pain for a long time before finally nodding. He half knelt in front of Gu Yanran and kissed the back of her hand. As you wish, Your Majesty. He knew that this meant they couldn't maintain this physical relationship anymore. After finally persuading Yi Xian, Gu Yanran finally said to him, Okay, where do you live? I'll introduce my sister to you in 2 days. Your sister? Yi Xian was confused. Your sister was found. Yes, I found her. She's already 18 years old and so beautiful. Even if you saw her in person, you wouldn't be able to recognize her as my sister. Gu Yanran made a face at him. I heard my sister is also a genius. You two might have a common language. That fat and spoiled girl. Yi Xian snorted. Who wants to have a common language with her? Gu Yanran smiled but didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng drove Gu Nianji back to school. He parked the car in the temporary parking lot in front of her dorm building and waited for her to get her bag so they could study together. This kind of experience was quite novel for Hua Xiaoheng. He had enlisted not long after entering university, and most of his credits were self-study. His time at school was limited. Now that he was going to study with Gu Nianji, it was like reliving his university days. They arrived at a school by the lake in B University. It was around 11 a.m. on a Sunday, so there were fewer people in the school building. Gu Nianji found an empty classroom and walked in with Hua Xiaoheng. This is the classroom where we law students take our classes. Gu Nianji pointed at the podium. Professor, he has a class here once a month, and it's always packed. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and didn't say anything else. He picked up his phone and began to deal with work. Gu Nianji took out her laptop and began to do her own work. The number of students in the classroom gradually increased, and curious gazes kept looking at where Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were sitting. The dainty and quick-witted young girl and the breathtakingly handsome mature man sat side by side. Although the two of them did not speak much, they would occasionally raise their eyes to look at each other. That kind of tacit understanding was like a wall, isolating others from the outside and only the two of them within the wall. They had to show off their affection during a Sunday self-study session. That was enough. More and more eyes were looking at them, and they were getting hotter and hotter. Gu Nianji was the first to lose it. She hurriedly turned off her computer and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, can we go now? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her and said slowly, You don't want to study anymore. Gu Nianji was speechless. Her face hurt. What should she do? This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an additional update at 7 p.m. Chapter 552. The students in the classroom all looked at them like searchlights. Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore and quietly admitted defeat to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, I was wrong. Can we go now? Wrong? What did you do wrong? Hua Xiaoheng sat there motionlessly and averted his gaze. He didn't look in Gu Nianji's direction but kept watching her from the corner of his eye. Gu Nianji thought about it. She admitted her mistake too quickly. Was she really wrong? She just wanted to try dating like a normal classmate, but after trying, she realized it really wasn't suitable. Because Hua Xiao wasn't a normal classmate, it was a huge mistake for her to use normal dating standards to measure him. How could she be so greedy when both ends of the sugar cane were sweet? Gu Nianji's mind raced, and she already understood that she was indeed wrong. Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji tugged at the corner of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt under the desk, her expression timid. I shouldn't have made such a request. I won't do it again. Hua Xiaoheng looked over calmly and held her hand. There's no should, only willingness. Gu Nianji's heart warmed and she glanced at him. Since when did Hua Xiao become so good at talking? Didn't I know how to talk before? Hua Xiaoheng stood up and put his phone back in his pocket as he helped Gu Nianji carry her bag. The past is different from now. Gu Nianji smiled as she put her laptop into her bag and carried it on her back before walking out with Hua Xiaoheng. It was already evening when they returned to Gu Nianji's dorm. Hua Xiaoheng walked her out of the car and patted her shoulder in front of the building. Wait for me to come back. Gu Nianji nodded. Take care, Hua Xiao. Look for Big Xiong if you need anything. Hua Xiaoheng reminded her. Little Zay will go with me. Don't contact him either. Gu Nianji knew they were on a mission and any interference that wasn't part of the plan would cause immeasurable damage. To Gu Nianji, this was especially important. She didn't want to cause trouble for Hua Xiaoheng, so no matter how important it was, she wouldn't disturb him while he was on duty. I'll wait for you to come back. Gu Nianji ignored the people walking in front of the dorm and tiptoed to kiss Hua Xiaoheng's cheek. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her back. Let's go back to the dorm. Gu Nianji walked towards the entrance of the dormitory building. When she reached the elevator, she turned around to see Hua Xiaoheng still standing in front of the car in front of the building, quietly watching her. She couldn't help but turn around and walk out to stand in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, why aren't you getting in the car? I'll watch you go in. Hua Xiaoheng stroked the hair on her forehead. His deep gaze gradually softened. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. Good girl. Gu Nianji hugged Hua Xiaoheng's waist and leaned against his chest to listen to his steady and powerful heartbeat. She told herself to be brave, to be independent, and to wait for him to come back. After a long time, she looked up and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she had already calmed down. I'm going up. Hua Xiao, you should go back too. Give me a call when you get back. Okay, then I'll be leaving. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and realized that it was almost time. He had to hurry back to the base and bring his equipment and identification. He still had time to rush to the airport. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and got into the car. He waved at Gu Nianji and quickly drove away. In the end, Gu Nianji stood in front of the dormitory building and watched him leave. Gu Nianji didn't return to the dormitory until she could no longer see Hua Xiaoheng's car. They hadn't even truly separated yet, but she was already starting to miss him so much. Gu Nianji hit her head and warned herself not to get too obsessed. Hua Xiao had a job, and so did she. She couldn't keep thinking about love. It was too much of a hindrance. But things like love weren't like a faucet that could be turned on and off as one pleased. Not being able to control yourself was the normal state of a relationship. Opening the dormitory door, she saw Ma Chichi walk out of her room with her hair dripping wet. Ha! Nianji is back. Why do you look so down? Ma Chichi looked at Gu Nianji carefully. Are you unhappy about something? Gu Nianji touched her face. Is it that obvious? Of course. I'm just short of writing the words I'm depressed on my face. Ma Chichi giggled as she gestured at her face. Tell me. What are you unhappy about? Just tell me. I'm your caring sister and I can help you analyze it. Gu Nianji pushed her away with a smile. Fine, go dry your hair. Be careful not to catch a cold. I'm fine. I just have too much homework. I'm tired. Ma Chichi finally saw Gu Nianji carrying her laptop bag and school bag. She gasped and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "You're going to study on a Sunday? Nianji, you're amazing. You're demonstrating what it means to be smarter than you and work harder than you. How do you expect us mediocre people to live? How do we live? You're exaggerating. Aren't you living well?" Gu Nianji teased her for a bit before entering her room and closing the door. Machichi also quickly returned to her room to dry her hair. She had a date with the senior who was interested in her that night. They were going to watch the Moscow National Ballet's ballet in the lecture hall on campus. This time, it was her favorite, the Nutcracker. She had to savor it. Gu Nianji returned to her room, took out her laptop, and continued her homework. Once she was immersed in her studies, her mind was free of distractions. Time passed especially quickly. When she finally finished her thesis, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. At that time, Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze were already on a plane to the United States. He and Zhao Liangze were already in disguise. Of course, their documents were fake, but their visas were real. Hu Xiaoheng also put on a disguise. His nose was already very straight, but now it was padded even higher. It looked very out of place, and his attractiveness was greatly reduced. Both sides of his lower jaw were padded to form a square face. He also wore black-rimmed glasses with special functions. At first glance, he looked like a very ordinary IT engineer. Even Gu Nianji might not recognize him if she stood in front of him. Zhao Liangze was also in disguise. He also wore black-rimmed glasses with special functions. His nose was a little flat, and the corners of his mouth were always drooping. He was especially talkative. The two of them sat in economy class on an international flight. They were like ordinary people, and did not stand out at all. They were now employees of a private company in the Huaxia Empire in New York. They had L1 visas for senior employees of a multinational company. After a full 12 hours of flight, it was past 7 o'clock at night when they arrived in New York. When they came out of customs, the employee of the private company who had come to pick them up held a large sign and stood at the exit. Zhao Liangze saw the sign and tugged at Hu Xiaoheng's sleeve. "Hu Xiao, this way." Hu Xiaoheng walked over with him. A middle-aged woman in her 40s came to pick them up. She asked curiously, "Are you Mr. Hua and Mr. Zhao?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Excuse me, where will we be staying today?" "We've already booked the Hilton Hotel for you. You can stay there for a few days until the company finds a good place for you to move." The middle-aged woman was very talkative. She talked non-stop about the company's situation along the way, and repeatedly assured them that the company was operating well and making a lot of money. Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze listened to her attentively and occasionally interjected. The middle-aged woman was actually also a member of the Special Operations Forces. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent to pick Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze up. She only knew that the two of them were colleagues from the Special Operations Forces. Because Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze had already altered their appearances, she didn't know their true identities. "You can rest assured and stay here. We'll talk about anything else tomorrow." The woman smiled and gave them some instructions before leaving the hotel. After she left, Zhao Liangze set up all the equipment. He first checked if the room was safe as usual and if there were any listening devices. Then he closed the curtains and made plans for the next day. "Hu Xiao, someone will come over tomorrow to take us to Tan Gairen's dormitory at Juilliard." Zhao Liangze reported the next day's schedule to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng grunted. "Hurry up and go to bed. We have a field survey tomorrow. You must be careful." It was the second night. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 553. Zhao Liangze packed his things and went back to his room to sleep. Although Hu Xiaoheng said to sleep early and wake up early, They didn't sleep much because of the time difference and woke up at 4 or 5 in the morning the next day. They showered in their respective rooms and went downstairs to find something to eat, only to realize that the other had woken up as well. Zhao Liangzi smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. Biological clocks are scary. I can't believe I still have to deal with jet lag. It's okay. I wake up early in the Xia Empire anyway, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He walked to Zhao Liangzi's side and whispered, "Bring your things. We're going to the crime scene with little Zhao from the detective agency today." They had come to the United States on L-1 visas as IT engineers. However, they were now employees of a Chinese detective agency in New York. Tan Guiren was Chinese. Although her case had been filed by the local police, the case had progressed very slowly because she had never been found, and because she wasn't an American citizen. Furthermore, the local American police force was inefficient, and the quality of their personnel varied. Almost no one really tried to investigate her whereabouts. It had been 6 days since she disappeared. Generally speaking, the first 24 hours of a disappearance was the golden period. If the missing person couldn't be found within the first 24 hours, it was probably a disaster. It was also because of their special status this time that the Tan family was able to secretly send the most outstanding Special Operations Forces personnel from the Xia Empire to the United States to investigate the case after 24 hours. And the news that Tan Guiren's father, Tan Dongbang, was a popular candidate for the Xia Empire's prime minister election had just reached the United States through certain channels. At 6 in the morning, the entrance of the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan was filled with media and all kinds of onlookers. The police officers who drove their own cars to work and the normal police officers who drove police cars to work were shocked by the scene. What happened? Did a celebrity use drugs? Or another celebrity stealing from a store? The confused police officers got out of their respective cars and whispered to each other, exchanging opinions. Their police station was located in one of the wealthiest areas in New York City and even the United States. Tycoons from all over the world lived there, and many Hollywood celebrities also had their own houses there. The cases that the police here often investigated were either celebrities or tycoons committing petty thefts in stores for the thrill of it, or a certain celebrity or tycoon who had drunk too much and was sent to the hospital by a police car or ambulance. But these things happened almost every day. What was so special about it that could attract so many media outlets? The police glanced at the equipment in the hands of the media and found that there were even signs of ABC, NBC, and CBS, cable networks such as CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. There were also traditional print media such as the Washington Post and the New York Times. There were even people from social media such as Twitter and Facebook who had sent people to watch over the area. Seeing that the police had come to work, the media, who had been waiting for the whole morning, swarmed up and handed the microphones to the police officers or officials. A series of questions were thrown at them. "Excuse me, officer, do you know that the daughter of one of the candidates for the Prime Minister of the Xia Empire has gone missing in your police district?" The person who asked this was a reporter from the Washington Post. This old print media had started off by exposing President Richard Nixon's Watergate scandal. Back then, the female boss of the newspaper had stood her ground and supported her reporters to follow up on the Watergate scandal. She had withstood all kinds of obstacles from the government and finally forced a sitting president to resign or be impeached by the grand jury. Only they had this kind of political sensitivity. They had also just received news that Tan Guiren, the daughter of the most popular candidate for the Xia Empire's prime minister this year, had mysteriously disappeared from Juilliard. Although she had been missing for 6 days, they had just received news that the missing girl's identity was not ordinary. They had originally thought that they had an exclusive, but when they arrived at the entrance of the Upper West Side police station in New York, they realized that the informant had probably leaked the news to all the major American media outlets. "Excuse me, madam, did you go to Juilliard to investigate? I heard that she disappeared directly from her dormitory. Did you guys launch an investigation on such a strange thing?" The person who asked this was a CNN reporter who was famous for creating big news. In order to create big news, they didn't even hesitate to fabricate fake news to attract attention. The citizens of the Xia Empire once had a saying, "You can't be too CNN." Although the police officers in the Upper West Side Manhattan police station were not very well educated, they were still fans of television dramas. In the face of such a large number of media outlets, their vigilance and sensitivity developed from watching CSI, crime scene reports, for many years was revealed. "Sorry, no comment. Please move aside. Don't obstruct the police during normal business hours. Please move beyond the yellow line. Anyone who crosses the line will be arrested for obstructing police work." A series of orders came from the chief of the police station, and the surrounding media immediately retreated. The police officers finally managed to squeeze into their own offices with great difficulty before they happily discussed the grand event outside in twos and threes. Only the chief of police had a dark expression. He walked into his office and took the internal phone to call in a few sergeants and public relations personnel for questioning. "What the hell is going on outside? Why are there so many reporters? Even the X-Files is out. Did they grow up eating sh*t? Police Chief Carmo roared, his voice shaking the entire room. He was a white Latino man in his late 50s. He was short, and his fat belly was protruding like a bowl. His belt was about to burst. The sergeants and public relations personnel looked at each other and took out the prepared documents to report to Chief Carmo. Carmo listened for a long time, his expression unreadable. After a while, he took out a thin booklet from the files on the table and patted it with his chubby hands. He frowned and said, "Your little Zhao told me that the girl from Juilliard who was reported missing a few days ago is the daughter of the Xia Empire's prime minister?" "Not the prime minister, but a candidate for the prime minister's position. However, I heard that she is a popular candidate and has very high poll numbers." The police public relations personnel carefully corrected Chief Carmo and added, "I only found out about it after reading the news online." Boom! Chief Carmo slammed his fist on the desk, causing the coffee cup on the desk to jump up. The brown coffee instantly spilled all over the desk. However, he didn't care at all and said word by word, "What the hell is going on with that case? I remember someone telling me that the girl might have run away from home on her own. How did it become missing in the dormitory?" "Chief, running away from home is one of the reasons for her disappearance in the dormitory. It's not contradictory." Sergeant A was a little displeased. He was the main investigator of this case, and he really didn't expect an ordinary foreign student to have such a powerful background. In the past, when there were children of politicians from other countries living in their district, they would always inform them, and they would also give special protection to their residences. However, this girl had lived in their district for 3 years, and no one had ever told them that she was the daughter of a Xia Empire politician. "How would we know if they didn't tell us?" Sergeant B muttered and pouted. "Her father was only a minister of the Ministry of Justice before this. He wasn't important enough for us to pay special attention to." "Yes, her father just announced his candidacy not long ago." Sergeant C loved to watch House of Cards and was very interested in the bloodshed of the political elite. He said excitedly, "Could it be an internal conflict between their country's candidates? That we were just implicated?" "Yes, yes. This kind of thing happens a lot. When our country was electing a president a while ago, didn't the candidates from both sides fight fiercely? It's not like kidnappings and murders have never happened before." Sergeant A became excited. He really didn't want to admit that this happened because there was a problem with public security in his district. This was related to his year-end bonus, so he couldn't let anything go wrong. If they could elevate a criminal case to a political issue, then both sides wouldn't have to take responsibility. Of course, the American government couldn't punish their own police because of a foreigner's political disappearance. At the same time, the people of the Xia Empire couldn't punish the American police because of their own internal conflict. Once Sergeant Carmo heard this, his small eyes narrowed. He sat on the swivel chair and spun around, causing the pitiful swivel chair to squeak. It was as if he was going to torture it to pieces in the next second. Do you have evidence to say that the disappearance was caused by internal conflict between their country's people? Sergeant Carmo thought for a long time and asked thoughtfully while rubbing his furry cheeks. Evidence? Sergeant A shut up. If his imagination could be used as evidence, he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Unfortunately, he couldn't. If you don't have any evidence, then why are you talking about internal conflict between other countries? Do you think everyone else is as stupid as you? Sergeant Carmo was so angry that he threw all the files at Sergeant A's face. You idiot! Hurry up and get to work. Go to Juilliard immediately to collect evidence again. Lock down her dormitory. At the same time, inform the media that we will be holding press conferences every day. Announce the progress of the case. The public relations officer at the police station was overjoyed. Great! With press conferences every day, this case would be known throughout the United States, no, the world. She would be able to fight for more exposure and become famous. Then she wouldn't have to deal with this group of uneducated people in this small police station. She was only 30 years old. In the future, she could still make a name for herself in the media industry. Sergeant B and Sergeant C wished they could tape their mouths shut. They didn't care about this kind of exposure. Only Sergeant A picked up the scattered coffee-spilled files from the floor, tidied them up, and placed them on Sergeant Carmo's desk. He stood at attention and said, "Yes, Sir Sergeant." After leaving the Sergeant Chief's office, Sergeant A brought a few of his agents out the back door and drove the police car to Juilliard with its flashing lights. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had already followed little Zhao from the Manhattan Chinese Detective Agency to Tan Gairen's dormitory. This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Mwah. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 554. Although Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi were not police detectives, as members of the special forces, they still had basic criminal investigation training. They followed Xiao Zhao from the detective agency to Tan Gairen's dormitory. There wasn't even a seal on the door, nor was there a yellow line warning. The door was unlatched, as if anyone could enter or come out at any moment. Hu Xiaoheng covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. He asked Xiao Zhao calmly, "Did you report the case or not?" Of course she did. The Tans have a relative in New York who keeps in touch with Miss Tan. This time, he called and texted Miss Tan, but Miss Tan didn't reply. He was worried, so he came to check on her, but he couldn't knock on her door. I asked her classmate next door and found out that she hasn't come out for 2 days and didn't go to class. Xiao Zhao sighed and shook his head. I've seen the photos. She's a very beautiful girl. She looks like a little fairy. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. So when you discovered she was missing, she hadn't appeared for 2 days. In that case, wouldn't Tan Gairen's disappearance be delayed by 2 days? In other words, she had been missing for 8 days, not 6. Xiao Zhao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Maybe. We only got the news 2 days ago that the country is sending people over to follow this case. If it weren't for the fact that Tan Gairen's father, Tan Dongbang, had become a popular candidate for the prime minister election this time, Tan Gairen's case wouldn't have received so much attention in the country." Zhao Liangzi quietly took out a device and scanned the area. There were no hidden listening devices, but there was a camera in the corner of the hallway. It was probably monitoring the dormitory hallway. Zhao Liangzi looked at the camera and tugged at Hu Xiaoheng's arm, showing him only where the camera was. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it casually and walked a few steps towards the camera. By the way, little Zhao, how did you determine that she went missing in the house? Zhao Liangzi put away the equipment and asked the question on both his and Hua Xiaoheng's minds. If it was because she had not contacted him for 2 days, then how could he conclude that she had gone missing in the dormitory? Xiao Zhao saw what Hua Xiaoheng was doing and quickly said, "You guys noticed too, right? There were cameras over there that monitored the corridor 24 hours a day. The police found evidence from the surveillance video that Miss Tan never came out after she'd entered the dormitory. Then her relatives called the police. The police took the school's spare key and opened the door. They found no one in the house." When Hua Xiaoheng heard what Xiao Zhao said, he walked back and said, "Then can we go in and take a look?" "That's right." Xiao Zhao enthusiastically pushed open Tan Gairen's dorm door and invited Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi in. Hua Xiaoheng looked into the house from the door. It was a very narrow single dormitory, about 10 square meters or so. There was a twin-sized single bed against the wall. The bed was covered with clean, pinstriped sheets, and there were a few furry teddy bear dolls. There was also a unique yellow floral clock hanging on the wall next to the bed. The time on the clock was in the direction of 8 o'clock. Directly opposite the door was a window, and under the window was a desk. The laptop on the desk was already black. Opposite the bed was a simple and elegant dressing table. The wallpaper on the room's walls was very old. It used to be a rose pattern, but the color had faded, giving it a decadent beauty. Every inch of the room showed the historical style of the nearly 100-year-old school. There was also a small storage room that had been converted into a walk-in closet. Walking in, they saw the luxury that contrasted with the simplicity of the outside. A few Hermes bucket bags were on the rack, and a few pairs of Stuart Weitzman boots were messily placed. The dresses and trousers hanging on the hangers were all famous brands. Tan Gairen's rich and respectable status could only be seen from this walk-in closet. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the walk-in closet and walked away, leaving Zhao Liangzi to take pictures of every corner of the place. Xiao Zhao from the detective agency took Hua Xiaoheng around Tan Gairen's dorm and gestured. "There's only so much space here. It's a square room. Where do you think she could have gone? Did she disappear into thin air?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. He walked to the window and carefully examined it. The window was sealed. In order to install central air conditioning in old houses like the United States, many windows had to be sealed. Otherwise, they would have to replace all the windows with new ones, which would cost a lot of money. Juilliard definitely didn't want to or couldn't afford the money, so the windows were sealed. Sealing the window had an advantage for this case. It could eliminate the possibility of Tan Guiren leaving through the window. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the window for a while and reached out with a transparent glove. He gently wiped the beam of the window and left a finger mark there. There was a lot of dust on the window, which proved that no one had touched it. He turned around and walked around the room again, but still didn't see any signs of a struggle. Could it be that people really disappeared into thin air here? This was simply too inconceivable. But when he thought about how the mysterious magnetic field had appeared, it didn't seem too strange. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and rubbed his chin beside the door in deep thought. Zhao Liangzi had already taken out a professional high-resolution camera and video camera to take pictures of the entire place. He didn't even miss the tiny bathroom. The three of them had just finished their investigation when loud footsteps and shouts came from the door. "Move, move. The police are here. This place needs to be cleared. Unrelated people, please leave." "Ha! Why is the door here open? Did someone go in?" As they spoke, a burly police officer pushed open the door to Tan Gairen's room and was shocked to see 3 Asians standing in her room. "Who are you? How can you be at a crime scene?" The police officer's expression immediately changed as he yelled at them. Little Zhao from the detective agency immediately walked over and took out his ID and business card. Hello, I am an employee of the detective agency hired by the parents of the missing Miss Tan. We are here to search for clues according to the law. The police officer's expression softened when he heard that they were hired by Tan Gairen's parents, but he still waved his arms like he was shooing away chickens. Go, go. This place will be sealed from today onwards. Don't get involved in a police case. The police are actually sealing this place. Little Zhao also found it strange. How many days had it been? They were only sealing it today. Didn't they think it was too late? The police officer blushed at the question and pretended not to understand Little Zhao's meaning. He said loudly, "We have a new clue, so we have to reinvestigate the case." A new clue? What new clue? Can you explain it briefly? Little Zhao immediately chased after the police officer. I was hired by Miss Tan's parents, so I have the right to know your new clue. What new clue did the police have? They were just casually chasing them away. The only clue they had was the discovery that Tan Gairen's parents were newly rich in the Xia Empire. I can't share the police information with you right now. If you want to know the specifics, watch the press conference tomorrow. Officer A walked in with his belly bulging, followed by a group of new police officers who had just enrolled in the police academy. He raised his arm and ordered, "Go into the room and look for clues carefully. Find them even if you have to dig through the room." The police officers swarmed in and immediately filled the room. Hu Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangze, and Little Zhao from the detective agency immediately retreated. Looking at the police officers running around like headless flies, the originally tidy dormitory instantly became dirty and messy. Little Zhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and whisper, "How are we going to find any clues like this?" Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze thought the same, but they didn't say anything. They just quietly watched the police officers mess around in Tan Gairen's dorm. After more than 10 minutes, when there was nothing left to do, Officer A finally waved for them to come out. At the same time, he put a seal on the door and locked the dorm. Little Zhao walked over to negotiate with him. "Mr. Officer, this place is locked. What if we come back to find evidence? The police are working on a case now, so you don't have to be so busy." Officer A didn't want anyone else to interfere. Little Zhao couldn't be bothered with him and sneered. "We have a power of attorney. Are you sure you want to sue us all the way to the Intermediate Circuit Court?" It was the second night, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 555. Little Zhao's question from the detective agency was very effective in scaring them. Officer A shrank back and hesitated for a while before giving him a key. "Take it. Let us know if you find any clues in the future." The detective agency definitely had to maintain a good relationship with the local police. They couldn't afford to fall out with them unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, Little Zhao quickly accepted the key happily and left Tan Gairen's dorm with Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. They went to the detective agency Little Zhao was in together. There was more professional equipment there so Zhao Liangze could develop the photos from earlier. While Little Zhao took Zhao Liangze to develop the photos, Hu Xiaoheng sat alone in the detective agency's office watching the video Zhao Liangze had just taken of Tan Gairen's dorm and comparing it with the video the detective agency had taken a few days ago. Although he had just walked out of the cramped dorm, he had a different experience watching it now. Perhaps it was because he was looking at things from a different angle, or perhaps the professional high-resolution video camera was more comprehensive than the human eye. Hu Xiaoheng watched the entire video twice and noticed some differences. For example, the sunlight shining in from the window seemed to be darker on some parts of the floor than others. Also, the floral clock on the wall had stopped. That kind of clock didn't have a second or minute hand, and the hour hand was also very hidden. Therefore, it was sometimes possible to see it through videos taken at different times. The video the detective agency had taken a few days ago showed that the floral clock stopped in the 8 o'clock direction, and the video they had taken today showed that it was also 8 o'clock. The video the detective agency had taken a few days ago was taken in the afternoon, and their video was taken around 7 o'clock in the morning. Regardless of the time, it wasn't 8 o'clock. From what he knew, those kinds of clocks usually used button batteries, and a few could be plugged in alternating current. He wondered what the floral clock in Tan Gairen's dorm was powered by. After Hu Xiaoheng finished watching the video, he took out the report written by the military officer from the consulate and read it carefully. After the afternoon, Zhao Liangzi finished developing all the photos and brought them back to the Hilton Hotel with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, look at these photos. Is there anything special? Zhao Liangzi placed all the photos on the living room floor of the hotel where Hu Xiaoheng was staying and reorganized Tan Gairen's dormitory room according to the directions of north, south, east, and west. Hu Xiaoheng clasped his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the photo. His eyes were calm, and he didn't say a word. He recalled the report written by the military officer. It specifically mentioned the problem of magnetic fields. The whole thing was quite coincidental. This military officer had originally gone to the crime scene to do a routine inspection as a military officer of the consulate, not as a member of the Special Operations Forces. In the end, one of the people who went that day happened to have a device that could indirectly detect magnetic fields. When the military officer saw the magnetic field data, he immediately became vigilant. He immediately went back to get professional equipment to record the abnormal magnetic field data in Tan Gairen's dorm room. Not long after he finished recording, the strange magnetic field disappeared. Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at the magnetic field data in detail. Instead, he was wondering why this magnetic field would appear. Why did it disappear? This was probably the key to Tan Gairen's case. This was because every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by some unexpected phenomena, or in other words, it would be accompanied by some inexplicable phenomena. The first time was 17 years ago, when Hu Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, and grandfather, Song Haichuan, were conducting a secret experiment with the military. The experiment failed, and this magnetic field appeared for the first time. The second time was 7 years ago. This strange magnetic field appeared at a busy intersection in Sea City. He was ordered to protect the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Bai Jinxian, who was there to collect data. It was there that they saw a car suddenly rush into the magnetic field and explode. He rescued a 12-year-old girl from inside, Gu Nianji, who was carrying a small backpack. The third time was in the middle of last year, when the special magnetic field appeared in the Somali waters of the Gulf of Aden. At the time, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Bai Jinxian, who hadn't been imprisoned yet, personally led a team to those waters to collect data. At that time, several countries on Blue Planet sent research ships to the Gulf of Aden and the Somali waters to investigate. According to Bai Jinxian, some countries even sent nuclear submarines. The fourth time was this time. Tan Guiren disappeared in her dorm room, and then they collected the magnetic field data. Was it really such a coincidence? Hu Xiaoheng wasn't a scientist. He was a soldier, and not just any soldier. He was a soldier from the Special Operations Forces carrying out a special mission. In this profession, people were born with a sense of skepticism. They even had to assume that every seemingly impossible event was a conspiracy. The Special Operations Forces also abided by this principle. Many things that seemed very mysterious weren't actually mysterious, but simply had a key link to it that they hadn't discovered. Just like magic, when the secret behind the magic trick was unknown, the audience thought they were watching a miracle. But when the secret behind the magic trick was exposed, it was just a normal smokescreen. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze fell on the photos again. He had a feeling that Tan Gairen's case was covered with many smokescreens. Someone was trying to hide their true motives. So finding the motive would help them find Tan Guiren. Zhao Liangzi listened to Hu Xiaoheng's analysis and shook his head. Hu Xiao, do you really think Tan Guiren is still alive? I don't know if she's alive or dead, and I don't need to know. I just want to find Tan Guiren, whether she's dead or alive. Hu Xiaoheng analyzed calmly and pointed at a photo. Look at this wall clock. It stopped in the 8 o'clock direction. Then look at the angle at which the sun shines into the dorm room. Isn't it interesting? Zhao Liangzi looked over and nodded after a long time. He said thoughtfully, it does seem interesting. From the photo, Tan Guiren's dorm room window faced south. The sun only shone in the morning, and as the sun gradually set in the west, it couldn't reach her. Little Zay, can you use software to analyze the angle at which the sun shines into Tan Guiren's room at 8 o'clock in the morning? Hu Xiaoheng picked up the two photos and placed them in Zhao Liangzi's hands. This request required the combination of imaging software and data analysis software. It wasn't a difficult task for Zhao Liangzi. After a few days of thinking, he finally came up with a new program that could run both imaging and data analysis in parallel. He inputted the photos of Tan Guiren's dorm one by one, then quantized the photos and converted them into a three-dimensional image. Tan Guiren's dorm room became three-dimensional on his computer screen. Hu Xiaoheng stood behind him and watched him adjust the data, slowly matching the time and angle of the sunlight. On the clear laptop screen, a girl's dorm room appeared. The curtains were slowly pulled open, and the 8 o'clock sun shone in. The software simulated the direction in which the sunlight would shine into the room and finally stopped at a point in the middle of the room's floor. Hu Xiaoheng made a sound of surprise. What's on the floor? Zhao Liangzi squinted and looked carefully. He even enlarged the image of the floor to increase the resolution. It looks like a pattern. Zhao Liangzi said uncertainly. It looks strange, like a vine. It twists and turns. More accurately, the pattern was an oval with a vine edge. Under the sunlight, the green light flashed slightly. Soon, the pattern disappeared because the direction of the sunlight had shifted. It was no longer the 8 o'clock sun. This was a pattern that would only appear at a specific time and place. What did it mean? Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and stood behind Zhao Liangzi. He smiled. Interesting. Is this a battle of wits with us? Zhao Liangzi was also speechless. He shook his head. Who would be so bored? Kidnapping was kidnapping, but leaving behind so many clues. Were they trying to go to heaven? Are they afraid that others won't know? Maybe they're confident that others won't find it. Hu Xiaoheng used a declarative tone. His expression was cold. But since they left clues, they must have a request. Let's see who's more patient. What should we do? Zhao Liangzi frowned. It's already been 8 days. Is it possible that Miss Tan is dead? Her family should know what's going on. Hu Xiaoheng sighed. They were all citizens of the Huaxia Empire, but they had suffered such an unexpected disaster overseas. He felt bad. We should have brought her back a long time ago, or informed the consulate and police here to give her special protection. Zhao Liangzi nodded sympathetically. We'll do our best. What did the Special Operations Forces do? It was to provide special protection to Huaxia Empire citizens overseas. When Huaxia Empire's citizens encountered trouble overseas, and the embassy couldn't help, it was time for the Special Operations Forces to make a move. The two of them stayed put and waited to see what the other party would do. The police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan had been in the limelight for the past few days. They held a daily press conference to inform the media and the public of the progress of the case. Although they hadn't found any new clues, they bragged about their situation every day and shouted to the kidnappers. At the same time, they asked the public to call them if they had any clues. They announced the hotline number and the $100,000 reward offered by the Tan family. Hu Xiaoheng hadn't been idle these days either. He wandered around Juilliard every day to see if there were any suspicious people around the school. This went on for half a month. The Tan family was almost in despair, but Hu Xiaoheng was unperturbed. He took the opportunity to organize the Special Operations Forces in North America, rotated the personnel, and re-established a branch base in North America. This branch was, of course, hidden in the city. It was located in New York, the most prosperous city in the United States. New York was a city that prided itself on freedom. It was the easiest place to set up a branch base here. It was mid-June, and the weather was getting hotter. Gu Nianji walked out of the dormitory. As soon as she stepped out into the sun, the coolness from walking out of the air-conditioned room was gone. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. She thought about Hu Xiaoheng, who she hadn't heard from for more than half a month. She missed him everywhere. No matter what she saw, she could think of him. He had disappeared for so long this time. Was his mission very troublesome? This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Mwah. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 556. Gu Nianji went to the library to research and write her thesis. Her neck was sore from sitting all afternoon. She rubbed her eyes and got up to pack her things to go back for dinner when she heard two girls whispering to each other not far away. Oh my God! Is this true? Minister Tan's daughter went missing in the United States. She must have been kidnapped, right? It's been more than half a month and they still haven't found her. What are the American police doing? Exactly, where are the legendary omnipotent American police? The FBI. Captain America. He. The two girls laughed and their voices gradually grew louder. It wasn't until the library manager came over and knocked on their table that they covered their mouths and made a shushing expression. Gu Nianji put on her backpack and remembered the trending news she saw on social media. She immediately understood what the two girls were talking about. It was about the disappearance of Tan Dongbang's daughter, one of the most popular candidates for prime minister. Social media was full of all kinds of news. The police department in Manhattan, New York, was acting like they were in a soap opera. They held a press conference every day and had a lot of fun adding to their own drama. Gu Nianji almost rolled her eyes 180 times in her heart. Walking out of the library, Gu Nianji looked at the gradually setting sun and recalled the last time she saw Hu Xiaoheng. The last time, he accompanied her to study at school. Gu Nianji's lips curved into an extremely gentle smile. She had already taken out her phone and thought about it for a while before finally calling Yin Xixiang. Brother Xiong. Gu Nianji's voice was soft and carried the innocence of a young girl. Yin Xixiang answered and turned his office chair in satisfaction. Nianji, what are you looking for Brother Xiong for? Do you want to come to the base? You haven't been here in a long time. It seemed like Gu Nianji hadn't been to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base ever since Hu Xiaoheng left. Although Hu Xiaoheng told her to stay at his official residence when she was free before he left, Gu Nianji still didn't go. Because Hu Xiaoheng wasn't there, what was the point of her going? Also, it wasn't a normal place, so Gu Nianji consciously avoided suspicion. Gu Nianji smiled and said, I miss you guys too. I'll go when Hu Xiao and Brother Zhe come back. She hesitated before asking, Brother Xiong, Hu Xiao. When will he be back? That's hard to say. If he's fast, he'll be back tomorrow. If he's slow, it'll be a few months, maybe half a year. Yin Xixiang was vague and didn't want to give Gu Nianji a definite answer. Gu Nianji actually knew that this was their discipline and couldn't be told to outsiders. Even if she was Hu Xiaoheng's family, she couldn't know about these things. She understood, but the worry in her heart only increased. Brother Xiong, are Hu Xiao and the others safe? Gu Nianji asked Yin Shixiang as she walked. Did he call back? Did you ask about me? She really wanted to know how Hu Xiaoheng was doing. Yin Shixiang was a little embarrassed and said, about that, it should be safe, right? With Major General Hu around, how could it not be safe? Phone number? No, he didn't call back. Hu Xiaoheng really hadn't called back. After he and Zhao Liangze went out this time, they hadn't contacted the base even once. He heard that the Special Operations Forces in North America were reorganizing, so Yin Shixiang was temporarily relieved. However, he could hear the longing in Gu Nianji's voice. She was only an 18-year-old girl after all, so it would be strange if she wasn't worried when her lover suddenly disappeared. However, Yin Shixiang really couldn't reveal any information. After thinking about it for a long time, Yin Shixiang said subtly, their current job is to help others. There are so many Huaxia citizens abroad, so they have to help when something big happens. Gu Nianji understood from Yin Shixiang that something had happened to a Huaxia citizen abroad, so Hu Xiaoheng had to go personally. How high was the rank of the person and the matter for Hu Xiaoheng to personally go? Gu Nianji muttered and suddenly thought of the recent trending topics on social media. The daughter of the popular Prime Minister candidate, Minister Tan Dongbang, had disappeared and been kidnapped in the United States. Could it be that Hu Xiaoheng had gone to the United States to deal with this? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat and she suddenly said, Brother Xiong, Hu Xiao is in New York, right? It's almost summer vacation, so I want to go to New York to play. Yin Shixiang didn't expect Gu Nianji to guess where Hu Xiaoheng was and what he was doing so quickly, so he could only change the topic. New York. That's not a good idea. Let's go next time. Why go now? To cause trouble. This was indirectly confirming Gu Nianji's speculation. Hu Xiaoheng was in New York now, and he was probably going there because of Minister Tan's daughter. Knowing that Hu Xiaoheng was in New York, Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually quite afraid that Hu Xiaoheng was on a mission in some war-torn country. In a place like that, no matter who you were, you had to risk your life to make a living. If it was in the United States, it would be much better. After all, there was still a legal system, a government, and a stable society. Knowing that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in danger, Gu Nianji's mood instantly improved. She hung up and almost hummed as she walked briskly back to the dormitory. After eating dinner with Ma Qiqi, Gu Nianji returned to her room to do the final touches on her thesis. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was He Zhichu calling. Gu Nianji swiped the phone open and took it with a smile. Professor He, what's up? He Zhichu sat on the sofa, one hand holding the mouse as he swiped on his laptop. He dealt with work emails from the American law firm as he called Gu Nianji. Asking if you've finished writing your thesis. Tomorrow is due day. He Zhichu clicked through the emails one by one. Seeing that there was nothing special, he asked Gu Nianji, do you want to be my personal assistant and help me deal with work emails from my American law firm? Gu Nianji had been his teaching assistant for a while now. She was very smart, so after familiarizing herself with teaching assistant work, she quickly got the hang of it. She only needed to spend 7 to 8 hours a week to complete her work. The rest of her time was spent working hard to earn credits so she could graduate early. He Zhichu saw that she was so eager to learn and learned so quickly, so he wanted to nurture her and prepare her to work as a lawyer in the future. Then I won't be Professor He's personal assistant, but Lawyer He's personal assistant. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile. Does that count as credits? It counts as internship credits, and you'll get an official salary. There's insurance and housing. How about that? Are you willing? He Zhichu looked like a seductive fallen angel when he said this. His shimmering, sultry eyes were slightly red, his tall and straight nose was picturesque, and his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Oh. There's insurance and housing. Gu Nianji was very tempted. Of course, what attracted her even more was that she could familiarize herself with the workflow of a large American law firm in advance. It would be a good foundation for her to enter a large law firm in the future. Yes, if you're willing, I can send you our law firm's contract. It's an official work contract, so it's legally binding. He Ji-Chu put down the mouse and picked up the wine glass on the coffee table. He swirled it around, and the thick red wine turned a deep pomegranate red. He raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. Gu Nianji thought about it again and said cautiously, "Then send it to me, Professor He." I don't know if I have that much time. She had enrolled half a year later than her fellow graduate students, so her credits were a semester behind them. Therefore, she had been crazily taking courses for the past 6 months. She wanted to make up for the 6 months she had missed. If you're not sure, you can give it a try first. There's always a probation period when looking for a job, and yours is no exception. He Ji-Chu resumed his businesslike tone, and Gu Nianji was much more comfortable with it. Okay, I'll give it a try. Gu Nianji quickly finished her thesis and sent it to He Ji-Chu. My thesis was just sent to your email. He Ji-Chu switched to his email at B University and saw Gu Nianji's thesis. He opened it and said, I'll send you my work email account and password later. You'll help me with work emails from the American law firm. When she used to do all this, but now that she had gone back, He Ji-Chu thought it would be better for him to find another assistant. This was the second update, a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 557. Gu Nianji looked at the email and password He Ji-Chu sent and hesitated for a few seconds before logging into his account. As soon as she opened the email interface, the dense English text almost blinded her eyes. In that instant, she felt like she was working in an all-English environment. She immediately focused and began reading He Ji-Chu's emails. In the beginning, she only wanted to familiarize herself with He Ji-Chu's work environment and see what kind of emails there were. After a night of reading, she came to a conclusion: no matter what profession, once you stand at the top of the world, money is really easy to earn. Of course, the process of climbing from the bottom to the top of the world is too arduous and difficult. It's the same no matter what profession you are in. So in general, money is not easy to earn. Most of He Ji-Chu's work emails were about large American-listed companies looking for lawyers to draft legal documents and inviting him to be a director on the board of directors. It wasn't the kind with shares, but the kind where he could sit during meetings and receive tens of thousands of dollars every minute. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and logged out of He Ji-Chu's email. She texted him, Professor He, I'll sign. It was easy to be an assistant like that. It was even easier than being He Ji-Chu's teaching assistant at B University. She didn't think much of it and signed the contract. She scanned it and sent it to He Ji-Chu. He Ji-Chu received the contract and didn't pay much attention to it. He signed it and forwarded it to the American law firm's HR department. He was also one of the law firm's partners and had complete personnel rights. After the HR department received the new contract and entered it into the system, Gu Nianji became an employee of the largest law firm in the United States, even though she was only a junior assistant. After receiving confirmation from the other side, He Ji-Chu called Gu Nianji again and said to her, Okay, you're now my assistant. They'll contact you and give you a work email number. Remember to give them your bank account number so they can pay you. American law firms didn't have payroll cards. As long as they gave them a confirmed bank account number, their monthly salary would be automatically transferred. Okay. Gu Nianji answered crisply and closed her laptop with a smile. She looked at her watch and saw it was already 11 p.m. Professor He, you're still awake. Gu Nianji wanted to shower. He Ji-Chu shook his head. I still have some unfinished business. Gu Nianji recalled He Ji-Chu's work email that she had just seen. She leaned against the bathroom door frame and said with a smile, "Your job is so easy. You just go to meetings regularly and use templates to make a few corporate contracts. That's a sky-high income." He-Ji-Chu's fee was $50,000 per minute. Yes, that's right, he was charged by the minute. However, there were still many companies that wanted to hire him. He was not short of money, so he did not take on every case. Usually, he would symbolically take on a few cases every month and distribute them to his subordinates in the law firm. He would collect half of the fees, and the other half would be used to pay the lawyers in the law firm. For a lawyer of his status, a 2-minute lawyer's fee was equivalent to the annual salary of a new lawyer. Meetings are very tiring. Don't think that money is easy to earn. The corners of He-Ji-Chu's mouth twitched, and his smile disappeared in a flash. I basically don't take on criminal and civil cases. Most of them are corporate law cases. If you want to get busy, I can also try criminal and civil cases. No. Gu Nianji quickly stopped He-Ji-Chu. This is good. When I get through this year and have enough credits, you can take on other types. Okay, when you want to do other types, I'll ask them for more. He-Ji-Chu was really obedient to her, even when it came to work. Gu Nianji was getting more familiar with him and understood his style of doing things. Of course, she was not as resistant to him as before. Gu Nianji hung up and went to the bathroom to shower and get ready for bed. However, He-Ji-Chu was still staring at the darkened phone screen. His expression was as cold as ever, but the occasional twinkle in his peach blossom eyes revealed his inner turmoil. He never thought that he would find her in such a situation. He was silent for a while. Just as he was about to put down the phone, he saw a text message pop up. "Ah-Chu, your birthday is coming up. Go home." It was a text from his father. He-Ji-Chu tightened his grip and turned off the phone as if nothing had happened. He pretended not to see it and also went to bed. He planned to reply to the text tomorrow in case his father found out he was online and called again. Prime Minister candidate Tan Dongbang's daughter, Tan Gairen's disappearance, abduction, in the United States became the hottest news in the Hua-Xia Empire. Minister of the Interior Bai Jianqing had just caught up in the polls, but Tan Dongbang suddenly overtook him by 5 percentage points. This gap was already very large for the later stages of the election. Bai Jianqing knew how to conduct himself. Although he was overtaken and his years of hard work was almost destroyed, he still didn't get angry or act rudely. He praised Tan Dongbang's achievements, and even Tan Dongbang, who viewed him as his greatest rival, couldn't help but admire him. "Uncle, are you just going to watch that Tan person climb over your head by any means necessary?" Bai Shuang defended Bai Jianqing. "You've always been in the lead and supported the entire cabinet. How dare he take advantage of you? He can even use your daughter to help with the election. How shameless." Bai Jianqing and his eldest daughter, Bai Yueran, looked at each other and smiled. He said to Bai Shuang, "Don't say that, Minister Tan's daughter is in trouble, and everyone feels bad. They didn't want this to happen. I'm afraid it wasn't their intention for this to be exposed." "Yes, Shuang. You can say this kind of thing at home, but don't say it out there and make your uncle look bad." Bai Yueran stroked Bai Shuang's shoulder-length hair and said calmly, "Oh right, how has little Zay been lately? Has he contacted you?" Bai Shuang shook her head. "I heard he went on a mission. I haven't heard from him for a month." Bai Yueran pursed her lips. "Oh right, Special Operations Forces missions can't be told to outsiders. I remember now, don't disturb him." "Of course I won't." Bai Shuang nodded sheepishly. She wouldn't tell her cousin that she had texted Zhao Liang's phone last night. She knew he wouldn't reply and couldn't see it, but she couldn't help it. Just touching his phone number and profile picture made her happy. "Yes, Shuang, do you want to go out and work?" You gave yourself a long vacation after resigning from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's time for you to settle down, right? Bai Yueran asked her subtly. She still felt bad for her cousin whose parents had passed away. Bai Shuang was also thinking about this. She rested her chin on the sofa for a while and said, "When little Zay comes back, I'll discuss it with him." Bai Yueran's hand trembled. She stared at Bai Shuang's profile. "You're that close to him." "It's all right. We're just good friends." Bai Shuang wanted to laugh, but she held it in. She and Zhao Liangzi were now good friends who could talk about anything. They were like brothers. She believed that she would definitely be able to go one step further in the near future. Bai Yueran looked at her and smiled. "Okay, you can discuss it with him when he comes back." Bai Shuang saw that her uncle and cousin had nothing to say, so she stood up and said, "I'm going down to see Auntie. It's almost time for dinner. I'll call you guys later." "Yes, hurry up. I want to eat fried chicken wings. I don't know if the kitchen has made them yet." Bai Yueran laughed. She was very attractive when she laughed, especially her mouth. Although it looked a little big, it was very sexy when she laughed. Bai Shuang smiled and pinched Bai Yueran's mouth before turning to go downstairs. As soon as Bai Shuang left, Bai Yueran closed the door to the study and asked Bai Jianqing, "Dad, what do you want to do?" Tan Dongbang was aggressive, so it was impossible for them not to retaliate. However, there was no need to say anything in front of Bai Shuang. Bai Jinqing's expression didn't change. He still wore his habitual smile and clenched his fists on the desk. His entire aura was unfathomable. "It's nothing. I didn't expect the Tan family to throw caution to the wind." Bai Jianqing shook his head emotionally. "I underestimated him in the past. However, we can't let him continue to hype up this news. I'm also considering this problem." Bai Yueran sat in front of Bai Jinqing's desk. "Do you want me to talk to the media?" "No, there's no need." Bai Jianqing looked at her deeply. "Yueran, I personally taught you. Don't you know that it's better to let it go? It's more important to prevent the public from talking. If we forcefully suppress the news, it will only give the Tan family something to use against us and hype it up again. At that time, the target will be me. His poll will rise again, while mine will continue to fall." Bai Yueran clenched her fists tightly and closed her eyes. "I understand, father. I won't interfere with the freedom of the media." "That's right." Bai Jinqing's voice deepened as he said patiently, "However, the public's attention to the hot news is short-lived. It's very simple to reduce the popularity of his news. We just have to use one hot news to cover another." Bai Yueran's heart skipped a beat. "If we're talking about hot news, I did see a piece of news a few days ago. It was also an overseas student from our country. I'm afraid this is even more eye-catching than the Tan Guiran incident. However, the student's parents are from a normal family and don't have a prominent status like the Tan family. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to maintain their status in the future." "Really? Normal families are also citizens of the Huaxia Empire. How can we just stand by and watch when they're in trouble?" Bai Jianqing smiled slowly. "Tell me, what is it?" "It's also a case that happened in Germany." Bai Yueran took out her phone and found the news that had appeared on an inconspicuous website. It's not trending overseas at the moment because the Tan Guiran incident is still occupying the headlines of all the major news agencies. Bai Jianqing glanced at it. "How did you find out?" "I didn't find out. It appeared in a routine report from the Special Operations Forces." Bai Yueran was the director of the Special Operations Forces Legal Department. The Special Operations Forces would have internal reports sent to all officials above the director level every week. This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 558. Internal Reference. Bai Jianqing looked up and nodded. That's more like it. I don't want to hear anything that shouldn't be told to me. Why would I? Bai Yueran waved her hand with a smile. I won't do anything that violates the rules. Routine reports are internal references, and anyone with a high enough rank in the government can read them. Bai Jianqing deeply agreed and was very satisfied with his daughter. Yueran, your future isn't limited to being the head of the legal department of the Special Operations Forces. You know that, so you have to stay clean and take care of yourself. I know. Bai Yueran's smile disappeared and she became serious. Do you think this case can be used? Bai Jianqing looked at Bai Yueran's phone again and skimmed through the news. He frowned. What nonsense is this? 3p. Are you sure this news can be used? Of course. This news was reported in the local media in Germany after the incident, so it's not something that needs to be kept secret. But no one in Germany or our country is interested in this news. Bai Yueran sighed softly. Probably because this female exchange student's family background isn't obvious. If her family background was ordinary, there wouldn't be any follow-up news value. People in the media had better noses than dogs, so there was a type of entertainment news media called paparazzi. Bai Jianqing looked at the inconspicuous news again and finally decided. Okay, we just need to get someone to pay attention to this news. We don't need to make a big deal out of it. As long as they reposted the news as it was, the knowledgeable media would naturally know how to make a big deal out of it. It was only a piece of news, and all they needed was to overwhelm Tan Gairen's incident. At the end of June, all the universities in the Huaxia Empire began their final exams. As a first-year master's student, Gu Nianji still had to take the exams for the public electives even though she only had to write a thesis. Fortunately, she had a photographic memory, so exams that required examination papers were never difficult for her. However, she still studied late into the night in her dorm because she had too many electives. Even though she had always been a straight-A student, she still needed to put in a certain amount of time and energy. After taking the last public elective, Gu Nianji felt like she had shed a layer of skin. She hadn't felt this strenuous in many years. He had taken 9 public elective courses and 3 specialized courses in one semester. He had finally caught up to the number of courses his peers had taken in 2 semesters. She walked out of the exam hall with her backpack and smiled at Ma Chichi, who was beside her. Chichi, where do you want to eat today? It's my treat. Ma Chichi had also just finished her exams and was scrolling through Weibo and WeChat on her phone. She was a social media maniac. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't check it every day. Recently, in order to prepare for the final exams, she had endured not brushing her teeth for 3 days, and her whole body was already feeling unwell. As soon as she finished her last exam today, she couldn't wait to take out her phone to do her social daily. Gu Nianji saw that her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was slightly agape. Her fair little face was flushed red, as though she had seen some incredible news, but it also seemed like she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. What's wrong? What did you see? Gu Nianji leaned over to look. Ma Chichi handed the phone to her and covered her face as she whispered, "Look." Goodness gracious. International students these days are so open-minded. Open? Gu Nianji was confused. She looked down at the trending news on Weibo, 3-piece soul breaker. A young woman studying abroad lost her life in another country. Gu Nianji was speechless. This news headline was too much of a déjà vu. You didn't go on fake Weibo, did you? Gu Nianji teased Ma Chichi with a half-smile. How could a Weibo full of rich people have this kind of 3 vulgarities trending news? Pfft. You don't know about this. This news has all the elements of trending news. Ma Chi-Chi was just like a veteran Weibo trending news analyst. Look, a young female studying abroad, 3P, lost her life in another country. Rich people are all scrambling for it. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. I really don't understand you Weibo celebrities. You're clearly the model of 3 vulgarities, but you still want to talk about the elements of trending news. Can't you just admit that you're a normal person? If I'm a normal person, then what are you? Ma Chi-Chi pinched Gu Nianji's little face. You're a refined person. I'm also a normal person. Gu Nianji giggled. I just like the mundane things of the mundane world. She pinched Ma Chi-Chi back as she spoke. The two of them played around and watched the news together as they walked back to their dorm. Look, this is what the local prosecutor of the German case said. He said that the Hua Nation female studying abroad was having a threesome with the German couple, then went overboard and lost her life. Ma Chi-Chi sighed as she shook her head. How thirsty must they have been? Gu Nianji felt something was off as she listened. What did you say? What prosecutor? Did he really say that? Yes. Ma Chi-Chi read the original article to her. Look, that's what the news said. It said that the German couple turned themselves in and admitted to having a threesome. Pfft. Gu Nianji suddenly became angry. Isn't this fake news? How can the German prosecutor say something like that to the public? Are they bullying the female studying abroad because she's dead and can't testify? Ma Chi-Chi froze and thought about what Gu Nianji said. She gradually stopped smiling and frowned. Yeah, I thought it was weird too. I only understood what was weird after you said it. Right? We're all law students, so we should know that before the trial, the defendant's side of the story can't be used as conclusive evidence. The prosecutor can't treat the defendant's words as the truth of the case. This is a serious violation of the dignity of the deceased and the dignity of the law. I really can't believe the Germans, who are known for their strictness, would do something like this. Gu Nianji shook her head with emotion and asked Ma Chi-Chi, do you have the original source of this news? The news she had just seen was from a German media outlet, so of course it was translated. Gu Nianji wanted to see if the original German news meant the same thing. When the Hua Nation forwarded foreign news, the translation was always inaccurate. Ma Chi-Chi looked it up. I don't understand German, but it should be this newspaper. It's a local newspaper. Gu Nianji glanced at it and clicked on the Chinese translation of the newspaper. Then she took out her phone and used translation software to find the corresponding German words. She then searched for German news. She actually found the inconspicuous German news. It was on the local newspaper website of the German crime scene, as well as the website of the local police station. The news was also reprinted. The content of the news translated by translation software was almost exactly the same as the hot topics on Weibo. The entire case was like this. According to the prosecutor of the local police station, the female exchange student's classmates first reported her missing for 2 days. Then the police searched and finally found her body in the woods behind an abandoned building. There were many injuries on her body, and her face was disfigured. A few days after the police investigation, a German couple turned themselves in and claimed that the female exchange student from the Hua Xia Empire willingly had a threesome with them and unfortunately caused this. Gu Nianji was a bit dumbfounded. Chi-Chi, I still feel like something's wrong. The German prosecutor said something like this to the media just based on the defendant's side of the story. He really dares to say something like that to the media. Does he not want his job anymore? This was a serious dereliction of duty and completely overturned Gu Nianji's impression of the strictness of the Germans. Ma Chi-Chi shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he thinks that's the truth. Ha! Gu Nianji laughed dryly and put away her phone. She sighed. He's the prosecutor. Doesn't he know that the truth should be in the court's verdict? There hasn't been a court hearing, and there hasn't been a verdict. How dare he say something so biased to the media? I hope this girl's parents see this news and sue this German prosecutor to death. Also the police station and this newspaper. How could they openly publish this kind of article that insults the name of the deceased and tries to fish in troubled waters? Not only did they publish it openly, but it also became a hot topic on Weibo. Machichi also sympathized with the innocent female exchange student who lost her life. It's so pitiful. Gu Nianji thought about the process of the crime described in the news and pouted. This was obviously a murder and torture, but it was twisted into a threesome. Pfft. They're not afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such unconscionable things. Yeah. The news said that the body was found under the leaves of the woods. They also said that she was covered in injuries and her face was scratched. Holy sh*t. What kind of threesome could go to this extent? This was clearly a torture. Machichi realized and was filled with righteous indignation. I'm going to comment. I can't let these unscrupulous media have fun with the blood of the deceased. As Machichi spoke, she quickly typed on Weibo on her phone. Gu Nianji thought so too. On a whim, she also used her alternate account to support Machichi's comments. It was the second update, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. Chapter 559. 3p my ass, 3p. It was clearly a torture murder and then the evidence was destroyed. Someone actually followed suit and ate human blood. Did the people who followed suit get kicked in the head by a donkey? Machichi's post was quickly pushed to the top of the trending news. Countless conscientious and intelligent netizens liked her comment, and it instantly became a trending topic under the trending news. At first, there were people deliberately stirring up the topic and hinting that the students who went to Germany were poor. They also speculated that those who went abroad must have been rich, so they deserved it. They secretly slandered this and that, as if they had been at the scene of the crime with their third eye. Some netizens who couldn't think independently began to be led astray, and comments that humiliated the deceased became the majority. However, as soon as Machichi's comment appeared, the righteous and intelligent netizens immediately snapped back to reality and began to fight back against the German newspapers. Then the German oiled paper bag joke was also thrown out, and as usual, it couldn't escape being ridiculed. Gu Nianji saw that Machichi's comment was pushed to the top of the trending news and was overjoyed. She patted Machichi's shoulder and said, "Chichi, well done." Machichi also didn't expect her hot-blooded comment to be approved by the majority, so she was very happy. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Machichi exclaimed as she laid on the bed and scrolled through Weibo on her phone. Unfortunately, what's the use of us being indignant here? I hope the victim's family can find a way to get justice for her. Gu Nianji sat on the armchair beside her bed and also scrolled through Weibo on her phone. She didn't even look up as she said, they should have seen it. I hope it makes them feel better. Otherwise, who could take it when their own daughter died an innocent death and was being talked about like this? Soon, the news continued to spread in the Xia Empire and quickly surpassed the Tan Guiren case in the United States. The domestic media saw that it was newsworthy and immediately sent people to Germany to follow up on the case. As a result, more and more unbelievable facts were exposed. It was almost summer break, so everyone's exams were over and they had more free time. Machichi didn't do anything else in the past few days and kept an eye on the progress of the case until one day, when she saw the latest news from Germany and gasped. Nianji. Nianji. Come and see. F***ck. The Germans are also very protective of each other. Look at this woman, she has no shame. Machichi pointed at a middle-aged German woman on the news and scolded, she's the murderer's biological mother. It turned out to be the senior superintendent who was handling this case. Holy shit. No wonder the prosecutor treated the murderer's words as the truth of the case and held a press conference. They were all colleagues in the same system, and they were covering for their colleague's son. Gu Nianji quickly swiped open her phone to catch up with the news. She skimmed through the latest report, then shook her head and sighed. This is unbelievable. This kind of obvious conflict of interest can also appear in Germany. It seems that this country has really declined. When the reporter exposed that the female police supervisor who was investigating the case was the murderer's biological mother, the German Ministry of Internal Affairs quickly put out the fire and appeased the public's anger. They announced that the case would be handed over to another police district. The murderer's biological mother was temporarily on leave and would no longer follow up on the case. The murderer's stepfather was also a high-ranking police officer in the area where the crime took place. His rank was even higher than his biological mother's. I was wondering why the previous reports were so strange. The trial hasn't even started yet, but the prosecutor has already accused the poor victim of having a threesome. Gu Nianji finally figured out what was going on and shook her head. This case is very bad for the victim. I hope her family has the ability to support them to sue in Germany. We can't let the Germans get away with this. The meaning of the law was to learn from past mistakes to avoid future mistakes. Breaking the law wasn't something that could be forgiven with just a few drinks. Seeing that the case had caused a new craze on the Xia Empire's internet due to the new insider information being revealed by Jianqing, one of the first prime minister candidates to comment on the case and condemn Germany's disregard for justice, also saw a huge increase in the polls. He was almost on par with Tan Dongbang, who had previously been ahead by 5 percentage points. Father, the older, the wiser. Bai Yueran was once again convinced by her father's strategy and shrewdness. I didn't think we would be able to redeem ourselves. Bai Jianqing smiled. There are still 3 months until the vote. We can't let our guard down. Thinking about Ten Guiren, he asked Bai Yueran, how is it? Have you found Ten Guiren yet? The people from your operations division have been gone for over a month, right? Is there any news? No. Bai Yueran shook her head regretfully. But even if there was news, I wouldn't know. I'm only from the legal department. The operations division is a completely different system from us, so there's a huge difference. Okay, then continue following up on the Tans and see if they have any new tricks up their sleeves. Everything had been calm on Tan Dongbang's end, and he hadn't made any new moves. However, at the Upper West Side police station in Manhattan in the United States, they received a phone call that day. Someone had used a voice changer to leave a message for them. Upper West Side police station. I know where the person you are looking for is. The sun at 8:00 in the morning indicates the direction of sunset. Just this random phone call immediately caused the Upper West Side police station to be in an uproar. Their press conference had been held for almost a month, but there hadn't been any new information released. All the major media outlets were no longer interested, and the weekly press conference was becoming more and more deserted. It was completely different from the grand occasion at the beginning. However, after receiving this phone message, they immediately notified all the major media outlets and called for an emergency press conference. At the press conference, they announced the phone message. The media had waited for a month and finally received the latest news. They immediately became excited and threw themselves into the phone message. How can the sun at 8:00 in the morning indicate the direction of sunset? This message is really puzzling. On the evening news of the 3 major American television stations, all the anchors excitedly shared the breaking news of the day with everyone. Countless Americans were motivated, and the police station's reward phone lines were almost exploding with calls. Everyone felt that they had guessed the truth, but none of them were reliable. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the newly prepared office of the Special Operations Forces branch in the United States and watched the news on television with Zhao Liangze. They finally mentioned the sun at 8:00 in the morning. Zhao Liangze crossed his arms and stood behind Hu Xiaoheng's sofa. He smiled meaningfully. I thought the mastermind had already given up on this game. He looked down at Hu Xiaoheng, who was sitting unmoving on the sofa. These idiots actually wanted to compete with Hu Xiaoheng in terms of patience. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Hu Xiaoheng still had a plate of medium-rare steak in front of him. He ate it while watching the television from time to time and said calmly, I was just speculating based on common sense. It's just that after so long, there's still hope for Miss Tan to be alive. She should still be alive. Zhao Liangze walked over and took out his laptop. We analyzed it before. The enemy spent so much effort to kidnap her and left behind some clues, so they must have some ulterior motive. Since they have ulterior motives, they won't kill the hostage before they expose their motive. In other words, Tan Guiren was now their bargaining chip. How could they negotiate if the bargaining chip was gone? Now that they were gradually coming to the surface, Hu Xiaoheng was more than happy to welcome them. However, he still had some questions. The enemy had gone around such a big circle and still wanted him to personally provide clues. It didn't seem like it would be of much help in their negotiation. Perhaps the mastermind hadn't figured out Hu Xiaoheng's way of doing things. Or was there another reason? Although Tan Guiren's family had used their connections to get Hu Xiaoheng to come personally, Hu Xiaoheng hadn't taken the initiative to attack and had instead waited. If the enemy thought the Tans had already given up on Tan Guiren, then they could kill her at any time. For the enemy to still call to provide clues now, it could only mean that they either had big plans or were stupid. Hu Xiaoheng felt that he couldn't immediately come to a conclusion as to which reason it was. Zhao Liangze obviously thought the same. He sat on the sofa across from Hu Xiaoheng and asked thoughtfully, Hu Xiao, what conditions are they proposing? Kidnapping hostages, and the ones they kidnapped are the family members of high-ranking officials in our country. They probably have political demands. Hu Xiaoheng took out the vine pattern he had printed and placed it in front of his eyes. But they waited a month before making a move, so they're pretty patient. Political demands. Zhao Liangze snorted. Then they've miscalculated. Our country has never compromised with kidnappers. Political demands. They'll be lucky if they don't get caught by us all at once. Yeah, but we know that. The kidnappers don't, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He changed the direction of the image in his hand and aimed it at the window. Open the program again and see where the angle of the setting sun will fall on this image when it sets in Tan Guiren's dormitory. He and Zhao Liangze were probably the only people who had discovered the vine pattern, so they were the only ones who understood the meaning of the enemy's voicemail. Zhao Liangze opened the pattern and data analysis program on his computer and reset the time and position to start debugging. A 3D image of Tan Guiren's dorm room appeared on his computer. As the program ran, the sky outside the window on the computer gradually darkened, and the angle of the sun changed as time passed. When the sun was about to set, the sunset shone through the gauze curtains and onto the floor of Tan Guiren's dorm. At 8:00 in the morning, the vine pattern that appeared at the intersection between the sunlight and the floor appeared again. However, this time, the light from the setting sun finally focused on one point. This point was the tip of the vine on the vine pattern. Zhao Liangze quickly pressed the pause button, and the warm yellow sunset stopped. The green vine stretched out on the dark red floor, and the dot of light on the tip of the vine was especially eye-catching. Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fist and rested it on his chin. He stared fixedly at the direction indicated by the vine tip and said slowly, 7:00, southwest. He looked out the window at the dark night sky. Southwest of Tan Guiren's dorm, 7:00. Where was that? This was the first chapter with 3,000 words, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. There will be an additional chapter at 7 at night. Chapter 560. Little Zay, do you have a map of New York? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Zhao Liangze. Can you add a map of New York to your graphics and data analysis software? Sure, that's easy. Zhao Liangze focused on his laptop. Maps nowadays are all digital. It's too easy to add in. His nimble fingers flew as he entered a few commands on the keyboard to embed the map data of New York City. After running it a few times, Zhao Liangze moved the computer to Hua Xiaoheng. Look, Hua Xiao. This is the map of the entire city. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the image on the laptop screen and fell into deep thought. The old Juilliard school building was covered in green creepers. It was lush and lush. One of the windows was half open, and the setting sun shone through the curtains and fell on the dark red floor. Green vines spread across the dark red floor, and the tips of the vines shone with a warm yellow light from the setting sun. From there, a straight line extended outward in the direction of 7 o'clock, past Manhattan Central Park, the Empire State Building, and all the way south until it was stopped in front of a skyscraper. Where is this? Hua Xiaoheng asked, pointing to the skyscraper. This is the New World Trade Center. Zhao Liangze hesitated and pointed to the location next to the building with the mouse. There used to be two buildings standing side by side here. They were called the Twin Towers, but they're all gone now. As for why they were gone, the American people, and even the entire blue planet, probably wouldn't forget. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the place where the beam of light stopped and silently counted. The 80th floor. It should be. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng got up and put on his sunglasses. To the World Trade Center. They left the office building and hailed a taxi to the World Trade Center building on the south side of Manhattan, New York. The building had more than 100 floors, and the 80th floor was already a very high floor. They took the elevator to the 80th floor and Hua Xiaoheng quickly found the place indicated by the light guide map made by data analysis on the computer. It was a bookstore hidden in a small corner. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go in. He and Zhao Liangze walked into a bar opposite the bookstore and ordered 2 Bloody Marys. They sat near the bar and occasionally looked up at the bookstore across the street. There were quite a lot of people there. Did New Yorkers like to read? The sunglasses Zhao Liangze and Hua Xiaoheng were wearing were specially made with a video recording function. Soon, they had captured the entire interior and exterior of the bookstore. After finishing 2 Bloody Marys, they paid the bill and left. After returning to the office of the Special Operations Forces New York branch, Zhao Liangze once again integrated the photos into his image and data analysis software. A panoramic view of the bookstore on the 80th floor of the New World Trade Center appeared on his computer screen. Is there anything noteworthy here? Zhao Liangze asked in confusion. He fiddled with the vine pattern on the floor of Tan Gairen's dormitory, and the light gradually fell into the bookstore on the 80th floor of the New World Trade Center. On the computer, the light passed through the walls of the building and fell on the bookshelves of the bookstore. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He took the mouse from Zhao Liangze and clicked a few times to enlarge the books on the bookstore shelves. The place where the light was pointing was a picture album on a bookshelf. The picture album was of the Statue of Liberty. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin and nodded. Then, he enlarged the map of New York City and included the surrounding terrain. He said to Zhao Liangze, "Look, the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning indicates the direction of sunset. In this direction, it's right here." The mouse moved slowly and stopped on the Statue of Liberty in the southwest of New York City. Zhao Liangze suddenly understood and rubbed the back of his head with a smile. After so many twists and turns, it's the Statue of Liberty. They spent an hour deciphering each other's messages. The Statue of Liberty is in the Statue of Liberty Park. It's already closed and won't open until 8:00 tomorrow. Zhao Liangzi checked the situation of the Statue of Liberty Park. Hua Xiao, should we go take a look tomorrow? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Of course. In the end, early the next morning, the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan received another voice changer message. This time, it gave them another clue. The direction of sunset, the fall of the Twin Towers, and the rise of New Hope. The police station felt like they had obtained a treasure and immediately held a press conference to announce the news to the media. The American people, who had been guessing all day yesterday, were excited again. Almost all of them threw themselves into the guessing game. The popularity of the guessing game even spread from the other side of the ocean to the Huaxia Empire. Social media, TV stations, newspapers, and magazines were all flooded with these two new clues. The case of the pitiful female exchange student from before had disappeared without a trace. Thus, Tan Gairen's disappearance case once again became the center of everyone's attention. Tan Dongbang's popularity also rose at the same time and surpassed Bai Jianqing again. This time, he was a full 8% higher than Bai Jianqing and 3% higher than the last time he surpassed him. However, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had already arrived at the next location while everyone was pondering about the Twin Towers, the Statue of Liberty. The two of them followed tourists from all over the world to the Statue of Liberty Park early in the morning and were prepared to go up to the top of the statue to take a look. The tall Statue of Liberty was 46 meters tall, but the base was 47 meters, so the entire statue was 93 meters tall. It held a torch that never went out all year round. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the statue and pondered silently. Was this place related to where Tan Guiren was imprisoned? Or was she imprisoned here? Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi followed the crowd into the Statue of Liberty and took the elevator to the highest point, which was the crown on top of the Statue of Liberty. Standing on top of the crown, they looked down at the land. The Hudson River around New York looked like a shallow stream, and the boats on the river were as small as toys. They walked around the crown but found nothing. They didn't find any clues. Hua Xiaoheng held the railing and looked at the vast sea of clouds in the distance. He wondered if they were really heading in the right direction. The other party had left one message after another. Was it really to guide them, or was it to lure them into a trap? If they followed the clues provided by the other party, even if they could really find it, they would definitely fall into the other party's trap. As Hua Xiaoheng thought about it, his eyes wandered around the Statue of Liberty and looked down. He could see further from here. He could clearly see all of New York from here. He turned around and faced the direction of New York. At that moment, the sun shone from behind him and shrouded the entire city in the morning light. The quiet city seemed to erupt in an instant. Cars raced back and forth, sirens sounded on the river, and the sound of planes rumbling in the sky grew closer and closer as they flew towards the New York airport. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Hua Xiaoheng realized that from this angle, the direction the sun was pointing in was darkness. The darkness wasn't really dark, but because there were too many tall buildings nearby, it blocked the light and only left a dark shadow. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and pointed in the direction the sun was pointing. He turned slightly to ask Zhao Liangzi, "Where is that place?" "Which borough of New York?" Zhao Liangzi took out his phone and opened the map to scan the location. He looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "That's the Bronx, the worst place in New York." This borough was very close to the Upper West Side where Juilliard was located. They were practically neighbors. So it was here. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved. He patted the railing and had an idea. He said to Zhao Liangzi, "All right, let's go back. We don't need to be led around in circles." "Huh? Go back." "But we didn't find any clues at all." Zhao Liangzi answered blankly. He hadn't given up yet and was still taking pictures of the inside of the Statue of Liberty from all angles. He wanted to go back and reassemble them. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. No need. The other party won't use the same strategy twice. We've already used this method in the bookstore to find the Statue of Liberty. But... Zhao Liangzi frowned. Does Hua Xiao know what they're going to do next? I don't know what these lunatics are going to do next, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. But I know what I'm going to do next. Ha! Hua Xiao, you already have a clue. That's great. Zhao Liangzi was overjoyed and put away all the cameras. Then let's go back and set it up. They needed the clues provided by the other party, but they absolutely couldn't be led by the nose by the other party. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi quickly walked to the elevator of the Statue of Liberty as they started setting up. He called his man stationed in New York. I want the recent month's staff turnover data in the Bronx. Send it to Team A's email in 5 minutes. This was the second update, just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Are you guys going on a date on Valentine's Day? Chapter 561. The sun rose at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, but it couldn't reach the Bronx. The high-rise buildings surrounded the area, and the people living there felt gloomy even in broad daylight. Tan Guiren had just woken up in a dilapidated, grayish-white 6-story building in the middle of the Bronx. She hugged her shoulders and curled up in the corner, instinctively covering her forehead with her arm. The piercing sunlight seeped in through the cracks in the window and shone right on her face, waking her up from her sleep. She sat quietly in the corner for a while, waiting for the blinding light to move away before lowering her arm. She opened her eyes and scanned the small room for a while. There were no lights in the room, and the windows were nailed shut, so it was dark even in broad daylight. Only the occasional sliver of sunlight seeped in through the cracks in the wood, illuminating her so much that she didn't look like a ghost. She didn't know how long she had been locked up in this small room. She could still try to count when she was first locked up, but as time went on, her hopes became slimmer and slimmer, so she gave up. Tan Guiren felt that she might never be able to leave this place. Miss. I'm hungry. A timid child's voice sounded not far from her. Tan Guiren looked up. The 4-square-foot hut was divided into small spaces by iron cages. There used to be a person in each cage, but as time passed, the people stopped moaning and were carried out motionlessly. In the beginning, she remembered that there were 3 adults and 8 children around 7 or 8 years old in the room. Now, there was only 1 adult and 2 children. The 2 children were a boy and a girl, and they depended on each other here. They stayed in their own cages, like animals, without freedom or dignity. The other little boy had already started to cry. Tan Guiren quickly moved over and comforted him through the cage. Little Quan, don't cry. A man bleeds, not tears. I'm not a man. I'm only 8. I want daddy and mommy. I want my brother and sister. Sob, 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 sob. Xiao Quan cried even harder. Why are you howling at your mother's funeral so early in the morning? A rough voice suddenly exploded at the door. Then, Xiao Quan's iron cage was opened, and a big man went in. He took an iron ruler and slapped Xiao Quan's head and body. Xiao Quan suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream that pierced the clouds, and then he fell to the ground, motionless. Although Tan Guiren was scared out of her wits, she couldn't watch such a young child be beaten to death. She mustered up her courage and clung to her cage in fear. What do you guys want? He's still a child. The man suddenly turned his head and stared at her fiercely. Seeing that although she was skinny, she still had an elegant and beautiful face, his cloudy eyes revealed a trace of lasciviousness. A big hairy hand reached out towards her. Tangueren couldn't dodge in time, and his large, sticky hand brushed past her cheek. She hurriedly sat back to avoid the man's ill-intentioned hand. "Damn it! How dare you dodge? Who do you think you are?" The man's eyes turned red from Tangueren's disdainful expression. He pounced over and tore the lock off her cage with one hand, throwing it to the ground. He pulled open the iron door and pounced on her. Tangueren resisted with all her might, but the front of her shirt was still ripped open. She didn't know how long she had worn this silk shirt for, but it was starting to stink. However, the people here didn't allow her to shower, and she didn't dare shower here. However, her filthy and smelly appearance triggered the man's animal instincts. Tangueren hadn't eaten for a long time, and she was already very weak. She often gave the bread she saved to the children, so she was so skinny that she was nothing but a bag of bones. How could she have the strength to fight this big, burly man? She was quickly pinned down by him until she couldn't move. Her eyes stared straight at the top of the cage and the ceiling above it. Tears gradually seeped out of the corners of her eyes as she thought about how her innocence was going to end here. She had always been well-behaved since she was young, and the Tan family was a scholarly family with extremely strict upbringing. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she didn't expect to be defiled by this criminal today. Her heart was dead, and she was about to commit suicide when she suddenly heard someone yell, "Jack! What are you doing?" Then a gust of wind hit her, and she felt her body lighten. The burly man on top of her was dragged out and thrown out the door. Boss, I. Just give her to me. I've had my eyes on her for a long time." The criminal refused to give up outside and shamelessly begged for someone to let him go. "Get out." There was a muffled thud, and the criminal's voice couldn't be heard anymore. She didn't know if he'd rolled on his own or if he'd been knocked unconscious. After a while, the door to the room was pushed open and a tall, skinny young man walked in with a piece of clothing in his hand to cover Tangueren's body. Tangueren opened her eyes to see a handsome, cold man squatting in front of her. She couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed. She frantically crawled backward and shivered in the corner of the wall. It hadn't been easy for her to keep her chastity. She didn't want to be defiled by someone like this even if she died. The man didn't make things difficult for her. He held a cigarette in his hand and flicked the ash off. In a raspy voice, he said, "Change your clothes. This won't happen again." Tangueren pursed her lips and turned her head to avoid looking at the cold-looking man. However, she clutched the clothing covering her body tightly, and the veins on the back of her hands were about to pop. After a while, the man walked out, but he returned shortly with a few paper plates with freshly baked pizzas on them. He placed a slice in front of Tangueren and the two children. "Eat." Tangueren still didn't move, but the two starving children pounced at her without a care in the world. They picked up the pizza and ate it in big bites. The man locked the cage and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Only then did he say to the strong men guarding the door coldly, "Whoever dares to harass the people in the room again will end up like Jack." In front of them, the strong man who had been strutting around earlier was lying face down on the ground. There was a hole in the back of his head, and white brain matter was spurting all over the ground. He had already been beaten to death at the door. The strong men guarding the door were all murderers with countless lives on their hands, but they were as obedient as lab rats in front of this cold man. "Drag him away and deal with him," the handsome, cold man said coolly without looking back. He went downstairs. The noises outside disappeared, and Tangueren's gaze moved to the window. She wanted so badly to return to the sunlight and her ivory tower from before, but she couldn't. She didn't know what she had done wrong. 23 years of comfortable and warm days had disappeared in one morning. She still didn't understand how she had woken up in this hellish place after sleeping peacefully in her dorm. Tan Guiran put on the clothes covering her body with trembling hands and hugged her knees as she sat in the corner. She started sobbing again. When Hu Xiaoheng returned to the office of the Special Operations Forces in New York, the recent personnel turnover report in the Bronx was already in his mailbox. He turned on his computer and opened the email to analyze the data. The Bronx had always been the area with the worst security in New York. The people there were all kinds of people, and most of them had criminal records. It wasn't easy to find someone who hadn't committed a crime, but it was easy to find someone with a criminal record, and there were still people who slipped through the net. This was the best place to hide hostages, wasn't it? Even if someone robbed or killed someone there, no one would know. Even the police couldn't be bothered to patrol the area and let the people there fend for themselves. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the area, everyone would treat it as a real shadow. They would pretend it didn't exist where the sunlight couldn't reach. However, Hu Xiaoheng also noticed something different in a place like this, where criminals were everywhere. It should have been a place where crimes could happen anywhere, but in the past month, there was one place with an extremely low crime rate. All the hooligans with criminal records seemed to avoid that place. What could make these fearless hooligans, who would pull out their guns and shoot at each other at the slightest disagreement, take a detour? Only forces that were more ruthless and evil than them. Hu Xiaoheng pulled up the map of the Bronx again. Using the personnel turnover data, he quickly located the place where all the hooligans took a detour. It was a small 6-story building in the center of the Bronx. Little Zay, take a look. Can you get a satellite image of this area? Hu Xiaoheng asked Zhao Liangzi as he pointed at the map on the computer. Zhao Liangzi looked over. No problem. There's a street map of this place. I can pull it up right away. In a short while, Zhao Liangzi found the map of the place. This was a small building that had a gray and dilapidated exterior, but the surroundings of the building were surprisingly clean. Not only was there no trash that could be seen everywhere on the street, but there weren't even drug addicts and prostitutes wandering around. It was unusually clean. Even Zhao Liangzi gasped. He pointed at the street map and said, "Could it be here?" "It should be." Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his chin with one hand and said calmly, "However, the people here will be difficult to deal with. We need more firepower." "No way." Zhao Liangzi blinked. "Although the people here have criminal records, they're just small-time hooligans. Using firepower to deal with them is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, isn't it? Or using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Don't be ridiculous." Hu Xiaoheng's expression was unusually serious. "If Tan Guiran is here, do you think it'll be easy for us to rescue her and ensure that none of our people are harmed or discovered by the American police, military, FBI, or CIA? Of course we'll use firepower to end this quickly." This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. Chapter 562. The United States was a country that didn't forbid guns. The bad guys had guns, and so did the good guys. The country had a normal gun market, but of course, there was also a black market for guns. Because guns weren't banned, the black market for guns was even more rampant than in countries that banned guns. From small revolvers to AK-47s, everything could be bought on the black market in the United States. Even tanks and armored vehicles retired from the military could be bought through legal channels. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't talking about pistols, of course. He was talking about all kinds of sniper rifles, semi-automatic submachine guns, and at least one submachine gun with high firepower. All of these things could be obtained from the black market, and the North American branch of the Special Operations Forces was prepared. They had to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. This was all part of their daily work. Zhao Liangze accepted the order and began to allocate manpower and weapons. Hu Xiaoheng didn't sleep the entire night as he studied the blueprints of the six-story building. The Special Operations Forces had gone to the Bronx many times over the past 2 days and used all kinds of special cameras to take infrared photos of the building. They could even see through the walls. At night, Hu Xiaoheng looked at the photos and quickly locked onto a room on the 3rd floor. Zhao Liangze looked at the infrared photos and was speechless. He crossed his arms behind Hu Xiaoheng and said bitterly, "These people are so inhumane. What are they trying to do by locking people in cages? What else could they be doing?" "Nothing good," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. "But Tan Guiren really seems to be alive." The infrared photos showed that the room on the 3rd floor was divided into cages with an adult and 2 children inside. There were also some empty cages. Did this mean that there had been other people inside? According to the analysis of the bones in the infrared photo, the adult was probably Tan Guiren. She had been missing for more than a month and was still alive. She was very lucky. One is bound to have good fortune after surviving a disaster. If this girl can really escape this time, I bet her father will definitely be the Prime Minister. Zhao Liangze raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Hu Xiaoheng left the computer and took out his gun to wipe it. Without looking up, he said, "The Special Operations Forces doesn't care about internal affairs. Don't forget the rules." "Yes." Zhao Liangze was shocked and quickly reflected on whether he had crossed the line. Hu Xiaoheng cleaned his gun as he formulated a battle plan in his mind. In the 6-story building, other than the room with the iron cage on the 3rd floor, all the other rooms had people with weapons. They were probably the accomplices of the kidnappers guarding this room. He really didn't expect the other party to send out so many people. There were more than 20 rooms on the 6th floor, and there were at least 2 people in each room. Therefore, they were facing at least 40 enemies. These 40 people were all strong-armed bandits. However, no matter how strong the bandits were, they couldn't defeat the regular army. Hu Xiaoheng firmly believed this. The evening news was still playing on the television. Today, the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan received another mysterious voice changer message. This time, it said, "Where the sun shines, is where the Statue of Liberty rises." Compared to the previous 2 vague messages, the message this time was much clearer. Everyone immediately thought of the Statue of Liberty. Almost overnight, the Statue of Liberty Park in New Jersey was overcrowded. Countless riddle-guessing enthusiasts flocked to the park to search for clues of missing people. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng had already completed the deployment of the troops and confirmed the plan for Team A and Team B to attack separately. Team A has 10 people. 3 teams of snipers and observers, and 2 teams of assaulters. Go directly into the building. Team B has 20 people. All of them will attack the building. All weapons must be equipped with silencers. Attack at 2 in the morning. Over. Zhao Liangze assigned Hu Xiaoheng's plan. The Special Operations Forces North American branch had been completely withdrawn last time. Now it was a new department with new recruits, and it was their first large-scale mission. These soldiers rubbed their hands together. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The July night in Manhattan was already a little hot. People in the Bronx who didn't have air conditioning at home sat at their doors at night to cool off. They looked at the passers-by with sinister eyes. They looked like they would pull out their guns and shoot at the slightest disagreement. Hu Xiaoheng held a high-powered telescope and stood at the window of a hotel not far from the Bronx. He looked at the 6-story building. The name of this building is a little interesting. Zhao Liangze stood beside Hu Xiaoheng and whispered, "It's called Ivory Tower." Hu Xiaoheng laughed. Ivory Tower. This group of people really know how to flatter themselves. An ivory tower was supposed to be a pure and untainted place, but now it was the ugliest and most filthy place. It had to be said that the name was a little ironic. In the room on the third floor of the ivory tower, the lights were dim, and the two children were already asleep. Tan Guiran hugged her knees as she sat by the wall. Her small face was only the size of a palm, and her eyes were large and dark. The door opened with a creak, and the handsome, cold young man walked in again. He was wearing a black shirt and pants as he stood in front of Tan Guiran's cage. He stared at her with a gaze so focused that it was almost greedy. The closer he looked, the more he felt that Tan Guiran was beautiful. She was pure and untainted, like a princess in an ivory tower. That kind of touching elegance and grace was something that only a family of scholars could have. It wasn't something that could be achieved with money or power. In order to kidnap Tan Guiran, he had followed her for a whole 6 months. In the past 6 months, he had come to understand her more than she understood herself. But Tan Guiran turned her head away and didn't look at him. This kind of silent disdain was the most hurtful. The handsome, cold young man's gaze dimmed. "Brother Hong, you're here." One of the gangsters guarding the door hurriedly ran out from the room next door and bowed to the young man's back. Brother Hong raised his hand and said without looking back, "Go out. I have something to ask her." "Yes, Brother Hong." The gangster saw that Brother Hong wasn't angry and quickly closed the door, as if afraid that he would change his mind. Brother Hong held a plastic bag in his hand as he walked step by step to Tan Guiran's cage. Bending down, he opened the door with the key and entered. The cage was low, so a normal person could only bend over or sit inside. They couldn't stand up straight. "There's a bathroom over there. Go in and clean up." Brother Hong looked at Tan Guiran silently for a while before handing her the plastic bag. Tan Guiran's back moved slightly, and her body shifted uncomfortably. Her period had finally arrived after being late for 4 to 5 days. She hadn't expected the kidnapper to notice. Tan Guiran was angry and embarrassed. Her body and mind had been in a highly stressed state for more than a month, and the discomfort of her body made her even more helpless. Finally, she couldn't help but cry. Seeing her sobbing quietly, Brother Hong, who had never been soft-hearted, actually felt his heart skip a beat. He put the plastic bag on the ground and turned to walk out of the cage. He didn't lock the cage and just waited for Tan Guiran to come out and clean up in the bathroom. Tan Guiran cried for a while and turned to see the plastic bag on the ground. Gritting her teeth, she finally reached out and opened it. There was a pack of sanitary pads inside, and it was the brand she was most used to. Holding the plastic bag, Tan Guiran looked up to see that the young man called Brother Hong hadn't left the room yet. Instead, he stood at the door and looked at her silently. She couldn't help but stand up with the help of the cage and bend over to get out. Reaching his side, she looked up and begged, "Please, let me go back." "What do you want?" "Money. My family will give it to you. Although my family isn't rich, we have a lot of ancestral treasures that we can exchange for money. My family has a collection of many authentic works by ancient artists." Brother Hong reached out to stroke her messy black hair and sighed softly. "I'm sorry." "Sorry? You're saying sorry now?" Tan Guiran was sad and disappointed. "What do you want?" "How did I offend you?" Brother Hong retracted his hand and looked at Tan Guiran with infatuation for a while before saying in an even lower voice, "I've already spread the word. If your family wants to save you, they should know what to do. Tell me. As long as you tell me, I'll definitely beg my family to help you." Tan Guiran immediately tensed up when she heard that there was still hope of getting out alive. "What do you want?" Brother Hong looked at Tan Guiran's face longingly, his eyes roaming over her body. Tan Guiran understood and her expression changed instantly. She took a few steps back and said cautiously, "What do you want?" Seeing Tan Guiran like this, Brother Hong's expression also darkened. He returned to his sinister and ruthless self and sneered. What do I want? Of course I want to F***CKU. What are you going to do? You. Shameless. Perverted. Scumbag. Tan Guiran trembled with anger, but that was the only word she could use to curse him. Brother Hong's eyes darkened again. He took a step forward and lifted Tan Guiran's chin with his hand. He clicked his tongue and said, I'll propose terms to your family tomorrow to exchange for a political prisoner locked up in the Hua Xia Imperial Prison. If your family doesn't agree, you'll have to follow me for the rest of your life. It was the second night, just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you to Huaishuan, my relative, for tipping Hashir Jade yesterday. Thank you to Heaven's Beggar for tipping Hashir Jade yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 563. Tan Guiran almost fainted from Brother Hong's words. She used all the strength in her body to push Brother Hong's hand away and said coldly, Stop dreaming. Exchange me for a political prisoner. Are you more shameless or am I? No one will care about you. Haha. No one. Your dad is about to become the Hua Xia Empire's prime minister. Do you think they won't exchange me? You're shameless. My dad won't. Tan Guiran raised her head with determination on her elegant face. If you dare threaten them, I'd rather die. Die? It's not that easy. Miss Tan, let me tell you, the hardest thing is not dying, but living. Brother Hong's expression was ferocious as he pushed her. Go to the bathroom. You're almost bleeding on the floor. Tan Guiran looked down in panic and realized her period had already stained her pants red. The light blue pajama pants she'd worn for more than a month were now red and blue, just like the American flag. Tan Guiran hugged the bag and stumbled to the bathroom. Slamming the door shut, she leaned her back against the bathroom door, covered her face, and cried again. However, she didn't dare cry loudly and only sobbed quietly as she slowly slid down the door and sat on the floor. She cried for a long time before cleaning up. The next evening, when countless people were still searching for clues about the missing people in Statue of Liberty Park, the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan received another voicemail. This time, the person directly shouted to Tan Guiran's father, Tan Dongbang. Your daughter is in our hands. As long as you promise us to release Yin Yuqin, a political prisoner locked up in Qingqing prison, your daughter will be returned unharmed. The moment this message was released, the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was asking who this Yin Yuqin was, including some of the higher-ups in the Hua Xia Empire. As far as they knew, there was no one named Yin Yuqin in the Qingqing prison, which specialized in locking up high-level political prisoners. Only a few people knew that this Yin Yuqin wasn't a political prisoner, nor was he locked up in Qingqing prison. He was the most well-hidden and highest-ranking American spy in the Hua Xia Empire. A few years ago, he was secretly captured by Hu Shaoheng, the founder of the Special Operations Forces, and was locked up in the Special Operations Forces Special Prison. General Ji, who had received the news, immediately called for an emergency meeting with the Supreme Military Council. He did not look too good at the meeting. Who spread the news that Yin Yuqin was in their hands? General Ji, there's an 80% chance that Bai Yuxing was the one who spread the news. Huo Guanchen, Hu Shaoheng's father, bowed and leaned towards the conference table. Fortunately, his rank wasn't high enough. Other than knowing that this person was captured by us, he didn't know where he was being held, nor did he know this person's true identity. He doesn't know, but the CIA knows. They were originally planted by the CIA. How could they not know? At this point, General Ji's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He started to panic, and one of his hands couldn't stop trembling. Oh no! Shaoheng is in America. Shouldn't we inform him about this? Huo Guanchen immediately replied, "Of course, this has something to do with him. We should inform him immediately. There's no rush. It's midnight in America now. We'll inform him in the afternoon, and he'll know when he wakes up tomorrow morning." General Ji looked at his watch and sighed in relief. However, what they didn't know was that by the time they had processed the contents of the resolution and authorized the Special Operations Forces to inform Hua Xiaoheng's rescue operation had already begun. It was already 2:00 in the afternoon when Yin Shixiang received the call from the Supreme Military Council. "Inform Hua Xiao now." Yin Shixiang was stunned when he heard the call. Okay. I'll contact them right away." Immediately after, Yin Shixiang began to call Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi using a special, secret line. However, no matter how many times he called, there was still a cold, robotic voice message. "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in the service area." Yin Shixiang sat on the soft chair in his office. His expression was as if he had lost his parents, and his ashen complexion made anyone who saw him think that he had suddenly fallen ill. He knew that this was the secret code for the Special Operations Forces operation. When this message appeared on the number he dialed, it meant that they had already entered the mission phase. During this time, no one was allowed to answer the phone. This was an ironclad rule. Yin Shixiang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan as he paced around the office. He refused to give up and dialed Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi's numbers. He even dialed the number of the new North American branch of the Special Operations Forces. However, the same cold voice message indicated a terrifying outcome. This time, the North American branch of the Special Operations Forces had been mobilized in full force to carry out a major mission. Therefore, basically no one picked up the phone. Yin Shixiang was burning with anxiety as he looked at the sky outside the window. He kept praying that Hua Xiaoheng's mission had nothing to do with the kidnapping case. However, he also knew that it was futile. He knew better than anyone the reason why Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had gone to the United States. If it wasn't for Tan Dongbang's daughter, Tan Guiren, how would they be in this predicament? After panicking for a long time, Yin Shixiang finally dialed General Ji's number and said truthfully, "General Ji, I'm afraid it's too late. I've been calling for almost an hour, but no one picked up. They said that the phone is not in the service area." General Ji fell back into his chair, dumbfounded. Of course, he knew what the message, "the phone is not in the service area," meant. Has the operation begun? General Ji murmured. His hale and hearty face suddenly seemed to age, and the wrinkles on his face were especially deep. His eyes, which used to be especially energetic, were now listless. "Call me. Keep calling until someone picks up." General Ji snapped out of his daze and ordered Yin Shixiang loudly. "Roger, Chief." While Yin Shixiang was frantically dialing Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi's numbers, the two of them had already taken Team A and Team B of the North American branch of the Special Operations Forces to the Bronx under the cover of the night. 2:00 in the morning was when people were the most tired. Even for people on night shifts or who were used to staying up late, this was the most difficult time to endure. Although their eyes were open, they were already unfocused. They sat at the door as if they were guarding the door, but their brains had already shut down and were dreaming. The snipers of Team A of the Special Operations Forces climbed the small buildings around the Ivory Tower in the night. They hid on the rooftops and set up their sniper rifles. The observers were not far from the snipers, holding instruments to measure the wind speed, temperature, and humidity to provide the snipers with the best technical resources. Team A was led by Zhao Liangzi, while Team B was led by Hua Xiaoheng himself. They wore black sportswear, bulletproof vests, helmets that covered the lower half of their faces, and large night vision goggles that covered the upper half of their faces. They wore leather gloves that exposed their fingers and bulletproof wristbands on their wrists. Every one of them carried a semi-automatic submachine gun on their back, and a long string of bullets hung from their shoulders. They looked like soldiers charging through enemy lines, but they crouched in the night and quickly arrived at the bottom of the 6-story building. There were 2 guards behind the door, but they were already asleep with their guns in their arms. Perhaps it was because they had been guarding there for more than a month without anything happening, but they were still a little careless, no matter how vigilant they were. Hua Xiaoheng walked at the front of the team. He dashed to the door, took out a small wire, and drilled it into the iron lock outside the door a few times before unscrewing the lock. The sound of the iron door opening alerted the guards behind the door, but they shook their sleepy heads. Before they could open their eyes, 2 cold daggers had already slid across their necks. Blood spurted out of their throats like arrows. Hua Xiaoheng dodged and retracted his arms. He threw the 2 bloody daggers to the ground and rushed up the stairs. It was very dark in the building. There were no lights, or perhaps there used to be lights, but the wiring was broken and no one had repaired it in time. However, to the Special Operations Forces Team B members wearing night vision goggles, it was better to have no lights and see more clearly. They followed Hua Xiaoheng up the stairs one by one. Starting from the 2nd floor, these people followed the previous plan and locked the 4 rooms on the 2nd floor one by one. At the same time, they took out specially made smoke pipes and blew into those rooms. The anesthetic smoke gradually spread into the room, and the people inside didn't even have time to make a sound before they fainted from the smoke. Hua Xiaoheng led the 4 core members of the Special Operations Forces Team B directly up to the 3rd floor. There were only 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. One was especially large and filled with iron cages. It was the room where Tan Guiren and the others were locked up, and the other 2 rooms housed the elite kidnappers. The members of the Special Operations Forces weren't so polite to the elite kidnappers on the 3rd floor. They pried open the door and kicked it in. They raised their semi-automatic submachine guns and started shooting. Even the rats inside were riddled with holes, not to mention the people inside. The bullets fired from the semi-automatic submachine gun with a silencer still made a "pu-pu" sound, and the sound spread out in the quiet night. Brother Hong, who was sleeping on the 4th floor, was startled awake. Although the clicking sound was very soft by the time it reached the 4th floor, his many years of life and death experience told him that something had happened in the building. He took out the pistol under his pillow and a rifle on his back. He quickly opened the door and had just reached the hallway when he sensed someone coming from the other side of the hallway. He raised his gun without hesitation and fired, but he didn't expect the other party to be faster than him. The firepower was even stronger. A hail of bullets flew over, and sparks flew in the hallway. Brother Hong only had time to roll on the ground and return to his room. He kicked the door shut tightly and pounced toward the window at the same time. From his window, he could directly reach the room with the metal cage on the 3rd floor, which was the room where Tan Guiren and the 2 children were locked up. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng had just unlocked the room. The door creaked, and Tan Guiren, who couldn't sleep because of her period, jumped in fright. She turned her head to look, but only saw a man as tall as a god standing at the door. He wore a helmet and a balaclava, and a pair of large sunglasses covered half his face, so she couldn't see what he looked like. Tan Guiren's heart raced and almost jumped out of her throat. Hua Xiaoheng walked straight to the metal cage where Tan Guiren was locked up. He raised the gun in his hand and fired a shot at the metal lock. The lock broke on the ground. He quickly opened the door of the metal cage and extended his hand to Tan Guiren. "Miss Tan. Come with me quickly. I was sent by your father to rescue you." This was the first chapter with 3,000 words, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 564. Tan Guiren stared at Hua Xiaoheng's outstretched hand in a daze. The shock of disbelief and the ecstasy of survival intertwined with each other. She let out a low cry from her throat and almost tumbled from the corner of the wall towards the door of the iron cage. Bang! A deafening noise came from the window, waking up the people on the 5th and 6th floors. Someone's ambushing us. Get down here and kill them. The wooden board nailed to the window was kicked into pieces, and wood splinters flew everywhere. The two children sleeping soundly were also woken up. They rubbed their eyes and sat up from the ground. They immediately saw the tall and mighty Hu Xiaoheng standing at the door like a god of death with a gun in his helmet and sunglasses. The children's cries were especially loud in the quiet night. Coupled with the fact that the wooden board nailed to the window had been kicked open, the sound traveled even faster. Tan Guiren screamed and fell to the ground. She crawled over and hugged Hu Xiaoheng's leg. Save me. Please save me. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her up from the ground. Holding the gun in one hand, he fired at the person who had just broken through the window and shouted. The bullet hit the person's shoulder. The person fell to the ground instantly. It was Brother Hong, who had come down from the 4th floor. Let's go. Hu Xiaoheng grabbed Tan Guiren's arm and turned to rush out. But Tan Guiren held on to him tightly and sobbed. Please, save these two children. They're innocent. They've been locked up here for so long. Hu Xiaoheng turned back to look. Using the light from the broken window, he saw clearly that it was two Chinese children. Pursing his lips, he lowered his voice and said, You go down first. As he spoke, he grabbed Tan Guiren's arm and rushed out. At that moment, they could already hear the complex sounds of footsteps coming from upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng knew it was probably the criminals coming down from upstairs. The Special Operations Forces had people upstairs to deal with them, so it shouldn't be a problem. He grabbed Tan Guiren's arm tightly and quickly rushed to the stairs. However, Tan Guiren desperately pulled back and glared at Hu Xiaoheng's back. How can you leave them to die? Those two children are innocent. If you don't take them away, they will die. Hu Xiaoheng's large hand was so strong that Tan Guiren felt like her arm was about to break. My mission is to get you out of here. That doesn't include those two kids, Hu Xiaoheng said in a low voice. He was already at the top of the stairs. However, Tan Guiren clung to the handrail tightly. She was no longer stubborn, but she stubbornly refused to follow him down. Softening her voice, she pleaded, Since my father sent you, I know you're a good person. I'm really begging you, please save them. They are also Chinese children. They are all compatriots. Do you have the heart to see them being murdered at such a young age? Those people are inhumane. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and looked at his watch. Another report from his subordinate came through his Bluetooth headset. There are 12 targets on the 4th floor. One escaped, and the rest have been annihilated. End of report. 5th floor, 16 targets, all eliminated. End of report. 6th floor, target 15, all eliminated. End of report. It seemed that most of the bandits in this building had been wiped out. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and grabbed Tan Guiren's arm tightly. He informed them, target received. Everyone, retreat. Ha 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 ha. You want to run? It's too late. Evil laughter came from the room they had just run out of. Brother Hong covered his shoulder and came out from behind the door. He raised his hand and fired in the direction of the stairs, almost hitting Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look and shot back. This time, he hit Brother Hong's wrist. Brother Hong screamed and fell to the ground, rolling a few times. He couldn't even hold the gun in his hand. Brother Hong, who had been shot in the shoulder and wrist by Hu Xiaoheng, lay on the ground. His laughter was desperate and shrill. Big brother. I've avenged you. I've lured their VIP here. It doesn't matter if you can't escape. The Americans will swap you back. Tan Guiran couldn't help but be dragged by Hu Xiaoheng as they stumbled down the stairs. As she ran, she looked back at the upper floor with tears streaming down her face. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was dark as he came to the door of the first floor and calmly ordered his men to retreat. The members of Team B of the Special Operations Forces quickly ran down from the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Hu Xiaoheng did a head count and saw that everyone was there. He waved his hand. Let's go. At the same time, he pushed Tan Guiran to the side of a member. Take her away. They surrounded Tan Guiran and quickly left the building. They ran to the opposite house and met up with Team A. They planned to retreat in an orderly manner according to the predetermined route. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the bottom of the first floor of the 6-story building they had just left. Beams of fire shot out from the windows on the first floor. The flames swayed wildly and climbed up, wanting to devour everything they touched. They're going to blow up the building. A member of the Special Operations Forces looked back and muttered. Tan Guiran suddenly turned around and screamed shrilly, "Little Quan! Hui hui!" She suddenly used all the strength in her body to break free from the Special Operations Forces member's grip on her arm and ran madly toward the building. Come back! Hu Xiaoheng roared, but it was too late. Tan Guiran had already run to the burning building and rushed in through the door. What is she going to do? Someone asked in confusion. Zhao Liangzi glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, and the corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Luckily, he was wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, his gaze would have scared people to death. Just you wait. Hu Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and rushed over like a cat. He rushed inside the building and found that the fire inside wasn't as bad as it looked from the outside. He quickly climbed back to the 3rd floor and saw the person lying motionless in the hallway. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but shoot again. When he arrived at the previous room, he saw Tan Guiran desperately smashing the lock. He said coldly, "Get out of the way." Tan Guiran turned around in shock to see that it was the leader from earlier. She quickly wiped her tears and said, "Please, save them." Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and aimed his gun at the lock of the 2 children's cage. He fired 2 shots and broke the lock. Then he opened the metal door and carried the 2 children out, one in each hand. The 2 children were almost out of breath from crying and were trembling in Hu Xiaoheng's hands. Tan Guiran followed and quickly comforted them. Don't cry, don't cry. Big sister will take you out." The 2 children finally calmed down when they heard Tan Guiran's voice. They looked at Tan Guiran helplessly and reached out to hold her hand. Tan Guiran also reached out to hug them. As she pulled and pulled, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly heard a rumble. A sound that shouldn't have belonged there descended from the sky. It was the sound of a military helicopter. Why would there be a military helicopter here? Hurry! Or else it'll be too late. Hu Xiaoheng's heart sank as he held the 2 children under his arms and pushed Tan Guiran to the stairs. At the same time, he ordered all the members, "Retreat. Everyone retreat." At this moment, the roar of the helicopter outside the building grew louder and louder. Not only were there helicopters, but there were also police cars. The sharp sirens cut through the night sky, and the rumbling of the tracks on the ground gathered from all directions. Hu Xiaoheng's heart sank. It seemed like he had fallen into a trap. He didn't have time to think. He held a child under each arm and pushed Tan Guiran downstairs. When they arrived at the door to the 1st floor, they found that it was already surrounded. They weren't only facing armed police, but also the U.S. military's most elite special forces, the SEALs. "Kidnappers inside, listen up. You've been surrounded. Put down your weapons. Surrender now." The people outside began to shout with loudspeakers. All kinds of searchlights flashed, illuminating the originally dark Bronx Street area as if it were daytime. This was the second watch, just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, everyone. Chapter 565. They're here to save us. Tan Guiren was overjoyed as she held the two children. That's great. We're saved. She wanted to run out, but Hu Xiaoheng retreated stealthily. At the same time, he quickly ordered through his Bluetooth headset, "Everyone retreat. Everyone retreat. Immediately. Boss. What are you going to do?" Zhao Liang's trembling voice came through the Bluetooth headset. "Don't worry about me. You guys retreat immediately. This is an order. Leave this street and retreat according to the predetermined route. This is an order." Hu Xiaoheng's voice was still calm at this critical juncture. Zhao Liang's heart ached. He hated himself for not tying Tan Guiren up earlier. He let her run around. Now that something had happened, Hu Xiao was trapped in the building by the police and military who had heard the news. They were treating Hu Xiao like a kidnapper. Even if Tan Guiren spoke up and said that he wasn't a kidnapper and was here to save her, it was impossible to explain with so many kidnapper corpses in the building. Of course, the most important thing was that Hu Xiaoheng couldn't show his face no matter what. Zhao Liangse heard Hu Xiaoheng's tone and knew he was looking for an opportunity to escape. As long as the Special Operations Forces Team A and Team B successfully withdrew, it would be easier for Hu Xiaoheng to escape alone. "Let's go back first." Zhao Liangse secretly ordered and disappeared into the darkness with his men. In front of them, the military police surrounded the 6-story building that was still burning. The fire truck also drove over, and the huge hose was set up to extinguish the fire on the first floor in no time. Hu Xiaoheng looked coldly at the armed military and police outside. He looked at their armored vehicles, police cars, and helicopters in the sky. He quickly had an idea. "Miss Tan, take the two children out now and find the police. They're looking for you." Hu Xiaoheng pushed her. "You're free. After you get out, return to the Huaxia Empire immediately. Don't delay. Our people will escort you back." "What about you?" Tan Guiren turned around and looked at Hu Xiaoheng blankly. "Come with us. I'll explain to them that you're not a kidnapper and that you're here to save us." Tan Guiren didn't know what Hu Xiaoheng's identity was, but she knew that whoever her father sent couldn't be a bad person. "No, I still have things to do," Hu Xiaoheng said as he gently pushed Tan Guiren. He was now convinced that the whole case was a trap. The goal was to lure him to the United States and make him fall into such a trap. Someone wanted his life. He had been tricked. Tan Guiren stumbled out of the house with a child in each hand. She stood helplessly under the searchlight that was as bright as day. At this moment, she was only glad that the kidnapper had been kind enough to let her go to the bathroom to clean herself up, wash her hair, change her clothes, and even thought of using sanitary napkins. Otherwise, she would still be as dirty as she was yesterday. If so many people saw her, it would be really embarrassing. When the military police on the other side saw someone rushing out, they immediately raised their guns and aimed. When they saw that it was just a woman with disheveled hair and two skinny and dirty children, they immediately understood that they were hostages kidnapped by the kidnappers. Tan Guiren looked exactly the same as the photo they had received. Officer A of the Upper West Side of Manhattan rushed over and waved at them loudly. "Come here. Come here quickly. You're safe." Tan Guiren's eyes warmed as she quickly ran over with the two children. Two female police officers quickly rushed over and held her on both sides. They searched her body to make sure she didn't have any weapons or time bombs on her before wrapping her up in a large blanket. The two children were also taken to the police car behind them to have their fingerprints taken and their names and identities questioned. Tan Guiren only came back to her senses after a long time and realized that she was really saved. The experience of the past month was like a nightmare to him. Thank God, she was finally awake from this nightmare. She turned around and looked in the direction of the small building. She opened her mouth and wanted to call out to the person who had just saved her. At this moment, the policewoman beside her suddenly pulled her back and hid beside an armored car. Then, several police cars with heavy weapons aimed at the small building and began to shoot. Countless bullets hit the door of the small building, sending dust flying everywhere. The dust danced under the beams of the searchlights, and the small building swayed as the dust spread. There were also submachine guns on the helicopters in the sky. They aimed at the small building and sprayed it with all their might. In the end, they even fired small grenades. The small building that had already been bombed once now collapsed with a loud crash, sending up even more dust. Tan Guiren's expression changed. She turned to look at the female police officer and asked coldly, "What are you doing? What if there are hostages inside? Are there hostages inside? Didn't you all escape?" The female police officer glanced at her and stepped aside. Two white men in black uniforms walked over from behind and compared her face with the photo. They said politely, "Miss Tan Guiren." "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" The gunshots were so loud that Tan Guiren was practically shouting. The two men looked at each other and said loudly, "We are the FBI. We are in charge of your case. Please come with us. I'm the victim. When I was kidnapped, you didn't arrest the bad guys. Now that I've escaped, you're questioning me. Are you being reasonable?" Tan Guiren was so angry that her eyes were red. She was about to continue reasoning with the two men when she suddenly heard a commotion beside her. The gunshots stopped abruptly and then started more frequently. She and the two uniformed men looked over together. They saw a tall figure standing in the dust from the collapsed building. The semi-automatic submachine gun in his hand was clearly visible, but he was wearing a helmet and a hood that even covered his eyes. Tan Guiren froze. Wasn't that the man who had saved her? He still hadn't escaped. Where were his big sunglasses? Tan Guiren was about to speak when she heard the military police yell, "Arrest him. He's a kidnapper." They surrounded him from all sides. Tan Guiren panicked and pushed the two police officers in front of her. She shouted, "Stop! Stop! Don't shoot. He's not a kidnapper." But no one paid attention to her. The American military police around her hid behind the armored vehicles and police cars as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They shot wildly at the ruins of the collapsed building. The helicopter in the sky rumbled loudly, and the searchlights shone even brighter. One of the police officers beside her said excitedly, "That's great. The TV station is going to make a killing this time." Of course. Have you ever seen a global live broadcast like this? Look at that helicopter behind us. That's NBC's live broadcast helicopter. Tan Guiren was so angry that she couldn't speak. These people were too despicable. They couldn't catch the bad guys, so they wanted to kill innocent people to claim credit. No one listened to her voice, and no one responded to her cries. The sound of gunfire became more and more intense, and the firepower became fiercer and fiercer. The figure that stood up from the ruins ran under the pursuit of the searchlights. He was like a warrior in the ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by ferocious beasts that chased him, and these military police wielding guns and cannons were the cruel spectators. Tan Guiren burst into tears again. It was all because of her, all because of her. If she hadn't insisted on coming back to save the two children, that man wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Tan Guiren couldn't bear the thought of him dying because of her stupidity. She gritted her teeth and looked at the helicopter circling in the sky. Then she looked at the surrounding police officers and soldiers hiding behind the armored vehicles and police cars, eager to try. With a shake of her arm, she wrapped the large blanket around her and rushed out. The people around them were all attracted by the scene of the kidnapper being chased. No one noticed, or perhaps no one expected, that Tan Guiren, whom they had just rescued, would actually rush out in a hail of bullets all by herself. Bullets whizzed around her. Tan Guiren closed her eyes and ran forward, using all her strength to run toward the tall figure. Only then did the military police who were shooting realize that the hostage was actually running to save the kidnapper. Stop! Stop! A high-ranking FBI officer who was commanding the scene hurried over to stop the shooting. Don't shoot. Boss, why did you stop? His subordinate was unhappy. We're almost going to catch that person. Get out. Didn't you see the live broadcast? The TV station's phones are exploding with calls. The audience saw that woman run out. Do you want to kill her? Don't you know that we used the excuse of rescuing her to get so many guns, ammunition, and seals? The officer lowered his voice to reprimand his brainless subordinate. The live broadcast was a double-edged sword for their operation. On one hand, they could use the live broadcast to prove that their operation was correct and didn't cross the line at all. This would garner the most attention, but on the other hand, because it was a live broadcast, any carelessness could lead to the opposite effect of abusing the police force. The deafening sound of gunfire in the Bronx stopped. After the FBI chief discussed with the military, they no longer used the indiscriminate bombing method. Instead, they sent snipers to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity. The searchlight suddenly went out, and the live broadcast stopped. The female anchor in the TV station began to discuss with the audience why the kidnapped hostage would brave the hail of bullets to save the kidnapper. Everyone came to a unanimous conclusion. This woman must have suffered from Stockholm Syndrome, or hostage complex or hostage syndrome. The victim developed feelings for the perpetrator and even helped the perpetrator in return. Hu Xiaoheng hugged his gun and finally climbed over a low wall before the last bullet from the military police behind him could reach him. He hid behind the wall. Sitting on the ground, he could finally catch his breath. His arm was burning. He wasn't shot, but the bullet grazed his skin. A woman wrapped in a blanket knelt beside him. It was Tan Guiren. She asked him carefully, "Are you okay?" This is the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your subscriptions, votes, and gifts. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 566. How could he be fine? He wasn't made of steel. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest that protected his vital areas. He had been hit in the back several times thanks to the vest. But he wouldn't have been able to last this long with just the vest. If Tan Guiren hadn't run out and the enemy hadn't dared to shoot again, he probably would have been dead. But if he hadn't gone back to save the two children, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But on second thought, if he hadn't followed Tan Guiren back into the building, then his Special Operations Forces Team A and Team B would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. The other party's formation was obviously to invite them into the trap, and they had set up a trap here to wait for them. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Tan Guiren with a deep gaze. "I'm fine. You can go." His voice was deep and resonant like a cello in the dark night, tugging at Tan Guiren's heartstrings. Although she hadn't even seen the man's face, Tan Guiren already had a good impression of him based on his beautiful voice. She studied music and had been talented since she was young because she had a pair of especially good ears and was very sensitive to sound. "I'm not leaving." Tan Guiren shook her head. "If I leave, they'll be even more brazen and won't let you go. It's more convenient for me to be alone if you leave," Hu Xiaoheng said as he turned on his Bluetooth headset to contact Zhao Liangze. At that moment, the searchlights around them suddenly dimmed, and the helicopter in the sky rumbled away. In the blink of an eye, the place actually became quiet. This situation was too strange. Hua Xiaoheng had a bad feeling. He pressed down on Tan Gairen's shoulder and laid down on the ground himself. As expected, an AMR bullet pierced through the short wall he had been sitting on, causing half of it to collapse. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed. Did those people not only want his life, but also Tan Gairen's? They clearly knew that Tan Guiren was hiding with him, but they still used such a powerful bullet. The enemy immediately changed positions after missing their shot. Hua Xiaoheng was also an expert sniper. He knew that the enemy sniper was changing positions, so he immediately pushed Tan Guiren to the side. Their luck wasn't too bad. There was a swimming pool in the backyard. Hua Xiaoheng and Tan Guiren jumped into the swimming pool together to avoid the relentless barrage of bullets. But in this swimming pool, they couldn't keep hiding. The other party would soon send someone to search. As soon as they saw a swimming pool, according to their habits, they would immediately empty the water in the pool to ensure that no one was hiding in the water. Therefore, they only stayed in the swimming pool for a while before they climbed out. Hua Xiaoheng said to Tan Guiren again, "You saw it. You can die at any time if you follow me. They want my life." When Tan Guiren saw those people chasing after her like dogs, she also understood that if she continued to follow this man, she would only bring him trouble. She only hoped that he could live and not lose his life to save her. Otherwise, she would never be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. Tan Guiren closed her eyes and slowly stood up. "Okay, I'll go." She thought about it and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "If you don't have anywhere to go, you can find me at 38 Scallop Bend in Long Island. My family has a house there. After I get out, I won't be staying in the dorms anymore. I'll be staying at home." She was mentally and physically exhausted after going through such a disaster. She only wanted to go home and rest. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng had somewhere to go. He gave a perfunctory reply and said, "Hurry up and go back to the Hua Xia Empire as soon as possible. Don't let your family worry." As he spoke, he turned around and bent over. Under the cover of the night, he walked towards the other side of the courtyard. Tan Guiren waited for a while until Hua Xiaoheng's figure was completely out of sight before she slapped herself hard. Then she gathered all her strength and screamed, "Help! Someone come! Help!" Although she majored in the violin, she had also studied vocal music. Her voice was sharp and bright. In the night sky that had just quieted down, it was like a sharp knife slicing through the darkness. It made everyone's heart tremble. The military police and snipers who had stayed in the shadows heard her voice and immediately rushed over like a flood to surround her. Tan Guiren was completely soaked as she stood by the swimming pool. Tears streamed down her face. "Help me! Help me! I don't want to die." She was already very scared, so the fear and panic she showed now didn't seem fake at all. The military police sighed in relief and came over to say, "See, how can a kidnapper be a good person? Girl, don't be silly. Come back with us." Another person asked her, "Where's that person?" Tan Guiren sobbed. "He just slapped me, pushed me into the pool, and ran that way." She pointed in the opposite direction of where Hua Xiaoheng had gone and gritted her teeth. "You have to catch him. I have to ask him properly. I saved him once. How could he be so heartless?" The military and police officers were no strangers to Stockholm Syndrome. They looked at each other and said vaguely, "You go back first. The FBI is still waiting for you." After sending Tan Guiren off, these people chased in the direction Tan Guiren had pointed. Of course, it was in the opposite direction. However, they were also quite capable. After chasing for a while and not being able to catch up, they began to ask for backup from the CIA. When it came to tracking a person in a crowd, the CIA was definitely more capable than the FBI. Hu Xiaoheng hadn't run for long when he heard Tan Gairen scream. He shook his head and hoped that Tan Guiren wouldn't do something bad again out of good intentions. It was his bad luck to meet someone like that. However, he didn't care. In their line of work, they encountered all kinds of people and had many unexpected situations. Sometimes, mistakes didn't matter as long as they could be remedied in time. He ran to the beach in one breath and hid behind a large reef. Once again, he turned on his Bluetooth headset to contact Zhao Liangze. He didn't expect the headset to only emit a few static noises. He couldn't contact him no matter what. He frowned and was about to try again when he suddenly thought of something important. The enemy had used electromagnetic interference. This meant that the CIA must have been behind this. Only they would value the Huaxia Imperial Special Operations Forces so much. Only they would know these tracking and anti-tracking methods like the back of their hand. Since the CIA had their eyes on them, and someone inside the Special Operations Forces might have leaked the information, Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and felt that he couldn't contact Zhao Liangze and the others anymore. He didn't want to expose the newly established branch of the Special Operations Forces, and he couldn't let his comrades be caught because of his negligence. It was more convenient to be alone anyway. The enemy was out in the open, and he was in the dark. Perhaps he could discover more things. With that thought, Hu Xiaoheng took off his Bluetooth headset and smashed it with the butt of his gun. He then scattered the powder into the sea. Before the danger was over, he wouldn't contact anyone again. Half kneeling behind the reef, Hu Xiaoheng disassembled the AMR and semi-automatic submachine guns. He took off his jacket and wrapped them up before carrying them on his back. He threw the helmet and headgear into the sea and only wore the sunglasses that could be used as night vision goggles. By the time he was done, the sky was already beginning to brighten. He stood quietly beside the reef by the sea for a while. The deep blue sea was sparkling and silent, but when the sun suddenly rose from the horizon, the sea rippled with thousands of golden lights, and the sea suddenly became noisy as if it could speak. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the beautiful scenery, but what appeared in his mind was Gu Nianji's big eyes that could speak. He wouldn't be able to contact her for a while. Would she miss him? Gu Nianji was sitting in the living room eating dinner when she suddenly felt her nose itch. She couldn't help but sneeze. Ma Chichi was sitting on the sofa watching TV with her legs crossed. She was eating an apple. Seeing Gu Nianji sneeze, she quickly said, "Did you catch a cold? The weather hasn't changed recently." "No." Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled. "Maybe someone is thinking about me." "Pfft. Are you thinking about your boyfriend?" Ma Chichi pouted and was attracted by the TV. She clicked her tongue and said, "This reality show is really good. It's like a Hollywood blockbuster, but it's all real people acting." Gu Nianji looked back and saw smoke billowing, sparks flying, and gunshots rumbling on the TV. She frowned and instinctively felt conflicted. What's so good about this? This was the second episode, just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah, everyone. Chapter 567. Of course it's good. Ma Chichi didn't even blink as she watched. She took a bite of the apple in her hand and put it behind her head. Her mouth was half open as she gasped and said, "Oh my God. Oh my God. This kidnapper is too powerful." On the TV screen, the tall figure standing up from the ruins only swayed for a moment before flipping backward and disappearing somewhere. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the bullets were like meteors pouring down on the place where the figure had just been standing, as if they were free. In the eyes of the TV audience, the appearance and disappearance of this kidnapper happened in the blink of an eye. However, in Tan Gyron's eyes, it felt like an eternity. She couldn't forget his heroic posture standing in the ruins. Even though she was already out of danger and had returned to her villa in Long Island, Tan Gyron kept replaying that scene in her mind. That person had never taken off his mask and helmet. She didn't know what he looked like, but she had an incomparably deep memory of his figure. The FBI and CIA officers who came to interrogate her had asked her in a roundabout way who that person was. She could only laugh coldly and ask in return, "Don't you know? Isn't he a kidnapper? Didn't you say I had Stockholm Syndrome?" The live TV news that shook the entire blue planet was just like watching an American Hollywood blockbuster to the average Hua-Xia imperial audience. It didn't matter if it was real or fake. In the postgraduate dormitory at B University, Gunyenji thought Machichi's expression was even more vivid and beautiful than on TV. She found it funny to stare at Machichi's expression and was about to speak when she saw Machichi suddenly jump up and wave her fists as she shouted, "What the hell? Why is it getting darker and darker?" Gunyenji quickly turned around and saw a person on the TV screen wearing a thin blanket and running towards a collapsed ruin. Under the gradually dimming searchlights, she could barely make out the person with fluttering long hair. It was probably a woman. Then, there was no more then. "That's it. That's it. He took off his pants and you're telling me that there's nothing down there." Machichi was so angry that she waved her fists and picked up her phone to call the TV station's hotline. She said angrily, "What kind of reality show is this? And the ending? The ending? What? There's no ending." The other party interrupted the live stream. "Nothing else. F***ck me. The American TV stations are also run by eunuchs." Gunyenji shook her head with a smile and glanced at the TV screen, which had already been switched to commercials. She said nonchalantly, "All right, it's just news. If you want to watch it again, go watch the webcast." Machichi walked to the table and propped her hands on it. She looked at Gunyenji and said, "You're actually not interested at all. Do you know how difficult it is to make a cop and robber reality show? It's a real gun." Gunyenji thought back to when she was still studying in Sea City and had encountered a kidnapping during her graduation trip. That was a real police fight. Her Huashao had killed the kidnapper with a single shot and blown up the kidnapper's head from such a far distance across the lake. Wasn't that much better than the flashy police reality show in the United States? Gunyenji smiled as she caressed Machichi's face. "You're shameless. What was there to see? Our country's special forces and regular army are much stronger than the United States. I'm telling you, I didn't just see it on TV. I saw it with my own eyes. It's much better than scratching an itch through your boots." "Really?" Machichi tilted her head. For some reason, the man named Big Xiong, who Gunyenji was very familiar with, floated into her mind. She knew they were soldiers, and with their physiques, they shouldn't be any worse than the American military and police, right? Machichi's eyes drifted as she sat back on the sofa and continued to nibble on her apple. After a while, she said, "Nyenji, it seems like you haven't seen your boyfriend in a long time. Is your brother Xiong not coming either?" Gunyenji frowned. She had just remembered them. Yes, it seemed like it had been too long this time. It had been more than a month. She hadn't heard from Huashao, nor had she contacted Yin Shixiang. Strangely, Yin Shixiang hadn't actively contacted her either. In the past, even if Huashao went on a mission, either Yin Shixiang or Zhao Liangzi would stay behind to accompany her. Now, perhaps it was because she was already an adult and didn't need a guardian by her side at all times. Gunyenji sighed softly and picked up her phone. After hesitating for a while, she finally swiped it open and dialed Yin Shixiang's number. The phone rang 3 times. Yin Shixiang, who was sitting in on the emergency meeting of the Supreme Military Council, saw that it was Gunyenji's call. He thought about it and picked it up. He said to the person in the meeting, "I'll take this." He turned to leave. "Nianji, how come you have time to call Brother Xiong today?" Yin Shixiang's hearty laughter came from the other end of the line. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "Brother Xiong, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Can I go back to the base this weekend to see you?" "Oh. Miss me? You're not missing me. You're missing someone else." Yin Shixiang's tone was very normal and humorous as usual. Gu Nianji didn't notice anything strange at all. She was even happier. Holding the phone for a long time, she finally asked, "Brother Xiong, I know I shouldn't ask, but do you have any news about him? Don't ask if you know you shouldn't ask." Yin Shixiang said earnestly, "Nianji, you also know that you can't say a word about things you shouldn't know." Gu Nianji knew this very well. No matter what, she had lived with Hu Xiaoheng in the Special Operations Forces base for 6 years. She knew their rules very well. "Yeah, I said too much. Please don't take offense, Brother Xiong." Gu Nianji nodded sheepishly. "Then I'll come back to see you this weekend. I'm going on a business trip this weekend. I'm afraid I won't be at the base for a while." Yin Shixiang said calmly, "How about I come to see you at your school tomorrow? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Have a meal with Brother Xiong and tell him what you've been up to recently. I'll be able to report to you when I have the chance." "Huh, don't you think so?" From Gu Nianji's understanding, Yin Shixiang's report was definitely to Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't help feeling sweet inside and smiled widely. "Then I'll wait for you." Putting down the phone, Gu Nianji realized that her face was burning. She touched her cheeks and said to Ma Qiqi, "Brother Xiong will come to see me tomorrow. I'm going to bed early." Go. Ma Qiqi smiled and waved at her. She also went back to her room to rest. In the office building of the Supreme Military Council in the imperial capital, Yin Shixiang put his phone back in his pocket. His face was expressionless. He looked like a completely different person from the calm and collected person he had just been talking to. He was a member of the Special Operations Forces. Making up lies to trick people was the most basic thing he had learned. He had long since mastered it. Even Gu Nianji couldn't tell what he was really feeling. The news of Hu Xiaoheng's accident was top-secret information in the Special Operations Forces. Other than him and Hu Xiaoheng's 2 personal secretaries who rarely appeared, only the higher-ups of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council knew. He walked back to the conference room where the meeting had just been held and quietly sat down on a chair by the wall. The conference room was completely silent. The few people with the highest positions in the military all had ugly expressions on their faces. General Ji's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After a while, he pounded the table and said, "This must be kept a secret. Whoever leaks the secret will be punished with treason. They will be punished by military law and will not be tolerated." The chief of the Special Operations Forces, the rising star of the Supreme Military Council, Hu Xiaoheng, had quietly died on the territory of the United States of America. The higher-ups of the Huaxia Imperial Military felt like they had been slapped hard in the face. The Special Operations Forces was a department directly under the military. Its functions overlapped with the Secret Service of the government cabinet. However, because the Special Operations Forces was directly under the military, their operational capabilities were more powerful. Every time they made a move, it was a heavy blow, and the enemy had never been able to gain an advantage against them. However, it was this illustrious department that had never made a mistake that had suffered the biggest defeat since its establishment. This wasn't a normal defeat. It was as humiliating as when 2 armies faced off against each other and the commander-in-chief was captured by the enemy. Yin Shixiang was originally just sitting in and listening, but now that he heard the heartbreaking words of the higher-ups, he couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, reporting to all the chiefs. Our chief was not captured. He didn't sacrifice anything. He just went missing. Just missing. Humph. You make it sound so easy. Who doesn't know what it means for someone of his level to go missing? The higher-ups of the general staff always liked to plan for the worst. In his heart, Hu Xiaoheng's disappearance was no different from being captured. Don't forget, Yin Yuqin is in our hands, but the CIA has always said that he's missing. They never said that he was captured. Hu Xiaoheng's father, Hu Guanchen, was more qualified than anyone else to be heartbroken. Xiaoheng is my son. But he is also a soldier. He would never do anything that would harm the interests of the country. Guanchen, calm down. No one said that Xiaoheng would do anything that would harm the interests of the country. General Ji calmly knocked on the table, but he still felt sorry for him. If Hu Xiaoheng had really been captured, even if he was exchanged in the future, it would be difficult for him to take on any important responsibilities. This was the attitude of the organization toward people who had been captured. Even if you didn't betray the organization, the country, or the people, being captured was a stain that couldn't be washed away. Because no one could guarantee what happened after you were captured, or whether you compromised and surrendered, it had been proven that many of their internal spies had betrayed the organization after being captured by the enemy. Yin Shixiang took a deep breath and said word by word, "Dear chiefs, there is currently no evidence to prove that Hu Xiaoheng was captured. Please don't overthink it. With Hu Xiaoheng's ability and capabilities, I think he should be hiding for the time being." Why would he hide? One of the higher-ups wore glasses and rolled his eyes at Yin Shixiang. Could it be that he has done something shameful? Yin Shixiang felt that he couldn't talk to this group of higher-ups in the military. They were in different professions. These higher-ups were good at war, but they knew too little about intelligence work. Even General Ji, who had promoted Hu Xiaoheng, didn't have a background in intelligence work. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.